안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 네, 조금씩 와주고 계시는 것 같은데, 와, 많이 와주고 계시네요. 감사합니다. 저희가 이 링크로 시작하는 게 저희가 처음인데, 이렇게 조금씩 와주고 계시네요. 감사합니다. 네, 여러분 정말 안녕하세요. 와주신 분들 정말 감사드려요. 이게 어떤 프로그램인지도 모르고 오신 분들 많은 것 같은데, 제가 한국어 것만 홍보를 해서, 저희가 지금 하이눈에서 거의 매년 하고 있는 그런 행사? 온라인 행사이긴 한데, 이게 24시간 동안 쭉, 생방송으로 이제 많은 진짜 다양한 언어, 다양한 나라 사람들이 모여서 이렇게, 팟캐스트, 아니면 강의 이런 거를 하는 그런 거를 합니다. 그래서 올해도 그거를 하게 됐는데요. 올해는 이제 한국 하이눈도 1시간 이렇게 팟캐스트로 인터뷰를 하게 됐습니다. 그래서 정말 와주신 분들 감사드리고요. 관심 있으실 것 같은 친구들, 가족분들 계시면 많이 초대를 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 네. 그러면, 한국 세션은 제가 맡아서요. 네, 제가 좋아하는 사람을 같이 하자고 해가지고, 제가 정말 좋아하는 사람이랑 하게 됐는데요. 이 사람이 정말 하이눈 덕분에 만나게 된 정말 저한테 소중한 동생이에요. 그리고 사람으로서도 제가 많이 존중하고, 근데 웃긴 거는 아직도 한 번도 직접 만나본 적은 없어요. 네, 그런데도 이렇게 정말 신뢰하는 진짜 좋은 관계로 이렇게 언니, 동생, 친구 이런 식으로 하고 있는 사람입니다. 네, 그러면 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 제가 정말 정말 좋아하는 김정화 씨입니다.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
저는 지금 서문대학교를 졸업하고 지금 취업 준비를 하고 있는 2세 김정화인데, 저는 축복 준비를 이제 성인이 되고 나서부터 계속 해온 지금 아직 축복을 받지 않은 미혼 2세로서 여러분께 많은 저의 경험들을 공유해주고, 함께 누구나 다 가지고 있지만 아무도 이야기하지 않는 성에 대한 고민, 축복에 대한 고민, 기타 등등 다양한 이야기들을 여러분과 공유하는 시간을 가졌으면 좋겠습니다.
우와, 멋있다. 너무 멋있지 않아요? 우리 정화? 네. 그래서 우리 정화를 위해 정말 이쁜 말들 많이 코멘트에 올려주시면 좋겠습니다. 네, 코멘트로 이렇게 정화한테 힘을 주는 그런 말을 많이 해주시면 좋겠어요. 네, 잘 부탁드려요. 네, 그러면 오늘은 사실 정화가 좀 오래된 것 같은데, 하이눈을 이제 참가를 하고 정말 많이 도와줬거든요. 봉사로도 도와줬고, 알바도 많이 했던 것 같고, 수련회 이런 것도 참가를 했고, 한국에서는 아직 하이눈이 그렇게 막 엄청 유명하고 그런 건 아닌데, 정말 하이눈 팬으로 이렇게 항상 많이 해줘서 과연 어떤 경험을 했길래 이렇게 열심히 해줄까 조금 저도 궁금한 것도 있었고, 이런 직접 저희가 이제 매어 토크쇼 같은 것도 하고 프로그램도 하고 행사도 했는데, 이런 거를 이제 직접 참가한 사람은 어떤 식으로 어떤 경험을 얻고 어떤 이제 생각을 하는지 그런 거를 듣고 싶어서 오늘은 첫 번째 하이눈 라이브 인터뷰를 첫 번째 게스트로 정화를 초대했습니다. 와줘서 고마워요. 네, 그래서 제가 몇 개 이렇게 질문을 좀 던져볼까 하는데, 정화는 이야기하고 싶지 않은 것까지는 절대로 안 해도 되고, 그냥 정말 나누고 싶은 내용 솔직하게 이야기해주면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네.
좋아요.
준비되셨나요? 여러분은 준비되셨을까요? 코멘트 해주세요. 코멘트가 아직 없네요. 하나라도 오면 너무 좋아요. 네, 그래서 네. 그러면 일단은 소개는 해 주셨고요. 그래서 먼저 역시 이제 하이눈과의 만남은 어땠는지 좀 듣고 싶어요. 얘기해 줄 수 있을까요?
저 같은 경우에는 이제 사실 제가 한 중학교 때부터 하이눈을 그때 하이눈을 처음 만났어요. 근데 어떤 경로였냐면 그때 제가 있던 교회 주변에서 전주에서 하이눈 행사가 있다는 걸 우연히 들었는데 그때는 하이눈이 뭔지도 몰랐고 그냥 저희 엄마는 그런 교회 행사 같은 건 무조건 보내는 스타일이셔가지고 한번 가봐라 해서 억지로 사실 그때는 갔었는데 그때 이제 이기 언니랑 세미 오빠를 처음 이제 저는 듣는 사람 이기 언니랑 세미 오빠는 이제 하이눈 강연자로서 그때 처음 그냥 봤었는데 그때 보고 사실 내용이 저는 좀 어려웠어가지고 아 성에 대해서 가르쳐주는 그런 곳이구나 정도만 생각하고 그렇게 그냥 가볍게 넘어갔었는데 근데 둘이 사이가 너무 좋아 보여가지고 아 나도 커서 국제축복을 받고 싶다라고 가볍게 그냥 생각하고 그냥 그러고 넘어갔는데 그러고 한참 후에 우연히 사실 저는 어렸을 때부터 음란물이나 뭐 자유행위나 이런 것에 굉장히 힘들어 했었거든요. 어렸을 때부터 계속 그런 것들에서 헤어나오지 못해서 스스로 엄청 힘들어하고 있었는데 이걸 언젠가는 풀어야 되겠다는 생각은 계속 하고 있었어요. 제가 이거를 죽을 때까지 가져가진 않겠지 생각하면서 언젠가 내가 이거를 해결해야 되겠다는 생각은 하고 있었는데 우연히 저랑 엄마랑 차를 타고 가다가 저희 엄마가 갑자기 차를 세우시는 거예요. 그러면서 되게 중요한 전화를 받으시더라고요. 그게 어떤 내용이었는지 구체적으로 기억이 나진 않는데 뭔가 하이눈과 관련된 좀 그런 이야기였던 것 같아요. 그때 어떤 일이 있어서 그런 통화를 하셨는지는 모르겠지만 그때 그 통화 내용을 제가 옆에서 들으면서 그냥 문득 그런 생각이 들었어요. 아, 지금이 타이밍인가? 내가 엄마한테 내가 여태까지 성이라는 것에 대해서 음란물이나 이런 성적인 유혹들에 대해서 엄청 힘들어하고 있다는 걸 말할 수 있는 기회가 혹시 지금이지 않을까라는 생각을 해서 엄마가 통화가 끝날 때쯤 제가 조심스럽게 엄마한테 이렇게 먼저 말을 건넸어요. 엄마 사실 나는 음란물을 보는 사람이고 자유행위도 하는 사람이야. 나는 여태까지 한 번도 엄마한테 얘기하지 않았지만 나는 어렸을 때부터 그런 거를 계속 봐왔어. 라고 엄마한테 조심스럽게 이야기를 했는데 그때 저는 엄마의 반응이 너무 고마웠던 게 엄마가 되게 침착하게 뭐라고 했었냐면 사실 엄마도 어렸을 때부터 제가 그러고 있다는 걸 알고는 있었을 것 같아요. 분명히 알고는 있었을 텐데 저한테 한마디도 하시진 않았지만 그래서 제가 그 얘기를 했을 때 누구나 다 보지 않나? 라고 이야기하시면서 누구든지 다 유혹이 세상에 너무나도 많으니까 뭐 인터넷만 켜도 광고도 그런 게 나올 때도 있고 사실 세상이 너무 그렇다 보니까 어떻게 보면 자연스러운 거야. 그럴 수 있어. 맞아. 모든 사람들이 그런 유혹을 받아. 그리고 자기도 어렸을 때 음란물을 본 경험이 있다고 엄마가 저한테 이야기해 주시는 거예요. 자기도 그것 때문에 힘들어 했었다. 라고 하면서 되게 말해줘서 고맙다고 이야기를 되게 많이 해주셨어요. 그게 저한테 어떻게 보면 시작이었던 것 같아요. 좀 그래서 자연스럽게 그 엄마랑 제가 하이눈으로 연결되고 그 후에 하이눈 행사에 자연스럽게 참여하게 되고 이게 모든 것의 시작이지 않았을까. 엄마의 영향이 컸던 것 같아요.
아니 이런 이야기를 일단 한다는 게 되게 용기가 필요하다는 걸 아니까 저는 이런 것까지 얘기할 너무 근데 저도 사실 맞아. 그 선문대에서 저도 그 이규 언니가 간증을 했을 때 저는 여자가 남자는 다 하겠지 생각을 했는데 여자인데 또 2세인데 하는 사람 나밖에 없는 것 같아. 이렇게 생각을 했었어요. 근데 그런 간증을 들으니까 다른 사람도 그런 사람이 있구나 해서 바로 전화하고 그렇게 했던 기억이 나는데 아마 정화랑 좀 비슷한 그런 심정이지 않았을까라는 생각이 들고 너무 고마워요. 이런 얘기를 해줘서. 그리고 부모님은 저도 계속 이렇게 같이 뭐 활동도 하고 이렇게 했는데 이 얘기를 처음 들은 것 같아요.
저도 처음 하는 것 같아요.
너무 너무 좋고요. 네.
와.
그래서 뭐 그렇게 해서 하이눈을 만나서 이제 활동을 하게 됐는데 이제 하이눈에서 여러 가지 활동이나 뭐 상담도 받고 뭐 봉사활동 같은 것도 하면서 얻을 수 있었던 그런 경험이나 아니면 삶에서 이런 게 이제 변화가 된 삶의 변화 같은 거는 있었나요?
사실 엄청 많은데 엄청 많은데 저기
음.
또 몇 가지 이야기하자면 일단 저는 하이눈 스텝을 좀 많이 했어 가지고 하이눈 스텝을 하다 보니까 자연스럽게 교육을 되게 많이 들었어요. 그래서 저는 미혼임에도 불구하고 뭐 부모 교육도 듣고
맞죠.
부모 교육도 듣고 어쩌다 보니 그런 것도 많이 듣고 하면서 진짜 이런 성의 세계에 대한 지식도 되게 많이 얻고 하이눈님이 가지고 있는 다양한 용어들 같은 것도 정말 많이 배울 수 있었는데 예를 들어서 뭐 순결 같은 거를 정말 많이 다뤘었는데 저는 여태까지 순결은 정말 되게 막 엄청 막 조심스럽게 대해야 되고 내가 한 번 실수하면 뭔가 모든 게 다 망가지고 다 잘못되고 그런 거라고 어렸을 때부터 배워왔고 그렇게 생각하고 있었는데 하이눈을 통해서 배운 순결은 뭔가 유리구슬 깨질 수 있는 유리구슬이 아니라 그 내가 갖고 나가는 정원에 가깝다. 그래서 가꾸지 않으면 뭐 이게 다시 뭐 풀이 잔디가 많아지고 하지만 그러더라도 내가 다시 가꾸기 시작하면 그 정원이 다시 아름다워질 수 있고 순결이 아름다워질 수 있고 뭔가 그런 것들도 많이 배우고 그리고 무조건적인 사랑이라는 것도 정말 많이 배웠어요. 근데 이게 제 삶을 정말 많이 바꿨는데 뭔가 내가 실수하고 잘못해도 나는 여전히 사랑받을 수 있는 사람이다. 뭔가 그런 얘기인데 이런 것도 여기 하이눈 스텝을 하면서 하이눈 교육을 들으면서 많이 배운 개념이 아닐까. 그리고 이 하이눈 교육에 참여를 하면은 이제 성에 대해서 이야기하는 걸 정말 많이 하는데 이제 팀 만들어서 이야기하고 하는 걸 정말 많이 하는데 사실 저는 한국에서 나고 자란 진짜 한국 그 2세라 가지고 그 성학생 때부터 그런 성적인 거에 대해서 이야기하는 걸 뭔가 하면 안 된다는 거를 뭐 누가 저한테 가르쳐 주진 않지만 그 분위기로 알잖아요. 이건 하면 안 되는 이야기인 것 같다라는 거 어렸을 때부터 느껴와서 배워와서 그런 성적인 이야기를 하는 거에 대해서 좀 어려워하고 그래서 하이눈을 처음 접했을 때도 그런 거를 정말 어려워했어요. 말하는 거를. 팀 만들어줘서 해도 말도 잘 못하겠고 특히 제가 음란물을 봤다, 뭐 자위를 했다 이런 이야기도 뭐 하나도 못하고 그냥 누구든지 그럴 수 있지라고 할 만한 그냥 얕은 이야기들만 항상 해왔는데 계속 하이눈 만나면 그리고 죄책감도 정말 많이 가졌었고 그런 성적인 이야기 하는 것에 대해서도 내가 이런 걸 경험했다는 거에 대해서도 정말 많은 죄책감을 가지고 있었는데 하이눈을 만나면서 계속 이야기하는 걸 노력하고 하다 보니까 뭔가 조금 더 한 번 하는 거 어렵지 계속 하는 건 되게 쉽더라고요.
그렇구나.
지금도 그냥 이야기하고 뭐 저희 부모님이랑도 그냥 이야기하고 그러고 뭔가 나만 이렇지 않다는 걸 이야기하다 보니까 저도 알게 돼서 뭔가 제가 이런 걸 본다는 거에 죄책감을 가지기보다 뭔가 제 스스로 뭔가 이야기를 할 수 있다는 거에 대해서 자신감도 많이 생기고 나만 그런 게 아니구나. 모두가 어려워하는 거고 조금 더 자신감이 많이 생긴 것 같고 그리고 하이눈 워크숍 들으면서 제가 상담도 정말 많이 했거든요. 세미 오빠랑도 하고 언니랑도 하고 정말 상담을 많이 했는데 그러면서 제 고민 특히 저는 짝사랑에 대한 고민 뒤에서도 이야기하겠지만 그런 거에 대해서 이야기하고 많이 배울 수 있었고 그리고 이규 언니랑 상담을 많이 하면서 이규 언니한테 정말 무조건적인 사랑을 정말 많이 저는 받았거든요. 그래서 저는 어렸을 때부터 계속 제가 뭔가 노력해야지 제가 잘 보이고 제가 공부를 잘하고 뭐 여러 가지 모든 면에서 잘하고 착해야지만 저는 사랑을 받을 수 있는 사람이라고 여태까지 평생 왔는데 이규 언니는 제가 잘못을 해도 제가 실수하고 잘못하고 제가 착하지 않고 심지어 제가 잘못을 저지르더라도 저는 사랑받을 수 있는 자격이 있다. 나는 사랑받을 수 있는 자격이 있다는 걸 정말 많이 저한테 가르쳐주고 저한테 사랑을 많이 줘가지고 그게 너무 저희 이규 언니한테 너무 고마웠고
제가 이규 언니라고 하면 모르는 분도 계실 수도 있어서 하이눈의 간사님이세요.
맞아요. 강사님이
그런
맞아요.
언니가 계세요. 네.
맞아요. 그래서 이규 언니랑도 강사님이랑도 많이 이야기하고 그러는 과정 끝에 결국에 저는 저희 엄마랑도 성에 대해서 정말 많이 이야기할 수 있게 됐고 그게 축복에도 많은 영향을 줬고 그런 솔직하게 이야기하는 열린 대화를 하는 게 그러고 저랑 엄마나 둘 다 지금 무조건적인 사랑에 대해서 책도 읽으면서 같이 무조건적인 사랑에 대해서 이야기 나누고 그런 걸 같이 공부할 수 있는 동료가 되었습니다. 저희 엄마. 그래서 아직도 공부하고 있어요, 열심히.
아니, 저도 아까 부모님에게 얘기했을 때 어머님이 이렇게 반응했다 이런 거를 얘기해 줬는데 약간 저도 그렇게 해서 엄마랑 얘기를 한 적이 있는데 그거를 얘기할 때는 엄청 막 두렵고 싫고 그런데 한 번 그거를 이야기를 하니까 제일 민망하고 얘기하기 싫은 거를 이야기를 하니까 그 후에 되게 관계가 좀 많이 바뀐 것 같아요. 나도 편해지고 뭔가 그냥 어떤 이야기라도 할 수 있는
맞아요.
그런 거는 있는 것 같아요.
진짜 맞아요.
그래서 어떻게 보면 그것도 이제 정화가 부모님한테 그렇게 용기를 내서 고백을 하고 부모님이 그렇게 받아주신 것도 약간 그런 무조건적인 사랑의 경험을 해서 그게 가능했던 것 같기도 하고.
맞아요.
그렇군요. 되게 많은 것들을 얘기해줬는데 거기 안에서도 역시 그 순결에 대한 개념이라는 거는 진짜 엄청 컸어요. 저한테도. 엄청 크고 그 전까지는 순결 한 번 실수하면 끝. 한 번 실수하면 그냥 지옥에 가고 죄인이고 세상에서 제일 더럽고 그런 생각을 근데 이게 2세 친구랑도 얘기를 하니까 다 그렇더라고요. 봤을 때는. 그리고 이제 그렇게 생각을 하다가 결국에는 그래서 나는 축복을 받으면 안 된다. 이런 식으로 생각을 하게 되고. 받을 만한 사람이 아니다. 근데 부모님은 받으면 좋겠고. 근데 이제 얘기를 못 하고. 그런 게 그래서 어떻게 보면 그런 것들이 이제 쌓여서 우리가 항상 얘기하는 그림자 같은 게 될 수도 있는데 이제 그 순결에 대한 하이눈에서 처음 들었을 때 그 순결은 그런 계란 같은 이렇게 한번 깨지면 유리 같은 그런 게 아니고 얼마든지 이렇게 키워갈 수 있는 그리고 평생 키워가야 되는 축복 받으면 순결 그냥 끝 이런 식으로 생각했었는데 순결은 평생 이렇게 키워가는 거구나. 이게 이거를 알게 되니까 되게 진짜 많이 생각하는 게 바뀐 것 같아요.
맞아요.
네. 그래서 되게 들으면서 많이 공감된 부분도 있고 그리고 동시에 약간 그런 그때 우리가 성화 때 이렇게 고민했던 우리처럼 고민하고 있는 애들이 너무 많을 것 같아서
엄청 많을 것 같아요. 맞아요. 제 주변에도 많은데.
그러니까 그래서 이 정화의 이 인터뷰나 이 목소리가 그런 사람한테는 막 이렇게 되면 좋겠다는 생각도 들고. 네. 근데 아까 상담을 했는데 그때 이제 짝사랑에 대한 고민을 했었다 이런 식으로 얘기를 해줬는데 이게 짝사랑이라는 게 되게 고민이 약간 사람을 좋아하는 것 자체는 나쁜 게 아닌데 이제 고민이 되기 쉬운 것 같아요. 특히 이 세들은
맞아요.
이제 조금 매력을 느끼면 이제 죄책감이 들고 그래서 근데 1세든 2세든 약간 그런 고민을 갖고 있는 사람들이 많을 것 같아요. 특히 축복을 준비하고 있는 사람들. 그런 게 조금 많이 고민이 될 수도 있겠다, 힘들 수도 있겠다 생각이 드는데
맞죠.
혹시 뭐 어떤 고민이었는지는 들을 수는 있는 거예요. 싫으면 괜찮고. 그냥 던져봐요, 저는.
저는 정말 그 짝사랑을 정말 많이 해봤던 사람인데 정말 많이 했었어요. 이렇게 끝나면 새로 시작하고 끝나면 새로 시작하고 새로운 환경에 가면 또 새로운 짝사랑이 시작되고 살짝 그런 저는 스타일이었거든요. 누군가는 또 그러겠죠? 저만 그런 게 아니겠죠?
많은 것 같아요.
그래서 그랬는데 그중에 생각해보면 제가 여태까지 짝사랑했던 사람들을 생각해보면 1세들 정말 많았고 그냥 세상 사람들 일반 저희 교회가 아닌
교회
사람들
사람이 아닌 사람들.
아예 외부 사람 이 정말 많았고 그런 사람들이 정말 많았고 저는 2세를 좋아한 경우도 많았어요. 짝사랑으로 2세를 좋아하는 경험도 꽤 있었는데 그냥 일반 세상 사람들을 좋아하는 거랑 2세를 좋아하는 거랑은 정말 많이 다른 게 세상 사람들을 좋아하면은 우리는 알잖아요. 뭔가 이 사람이 어떤 생각을 하는지 알 수 있잖아요. 그냥 보통 연애나 어떻게 그런 게 되는지 우리는 아니까. 이 사람이랑 내가 안 될 수 있다는 거를 뭔가 마음속으로 알아요. 왜냐하면은 축복을 받으려면 축복은 2세나 3세 밑 사람들이랑 받아야 되는데 우리는 세상 사람들이랑 받을 수 없다는 걸 아니까 그래서 마음을 좀 정리하기가 조금 쉬운 것 같아요. 이렇게 정리하기가. 그런데 2세 같은 경우에는 조금 특수한 게 우리 같은 2세니까 우리도 같은 교회이고 교회의 축복이나 이런 프로세스가 어떻게 되어가는지를 아니까 오히려 더 내가 좋아한다고 표현하기가 정말 어렵고 왜냐하면 정말 죄책감이 정말 많이 들고 또 가장 큰 건 같은 2세고 미래 세대다 보니까 혹시 내가 이 사람이랑 축복을 받을 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 정말 하기가 쉽거든요. 마음이 커지고. 그래서 이것 때문에 정말 많이 좀 힘든 것 같아요. 내가 이 사람이랑 될 수도 있지 않을까라는 조금 희망이라고 해야 되나? 그런 걸 품기가 너무너무 쉬워서 그런 생각을 하기가 너무 쉬워져가지고 저는 많이 좀 힘들었어요.
그렇군요. 저는 저는 좀 부끄러운데 저는 짝사랑 같은 거를 교회 사람한테 이렇게 한 적이 없거든요. 한 번도. 진짜 한 번도. 근데 이제 짝사랑하면 꼭 외부 사람인데 또 나이가 저보다 훨씬 많고 약간 어른 그런 사람을 이제 그랬었고 조금 약간 교회에 없을 것 같이 생긴 그런 사람한테 매력이 느꼈어요. 뭐 약간 그냥 멋있다 이런 식으로 근데 저는 교회 친구들 중에 이렇게 그렇게 짝사랑도 아니지 서로 이렇게 호감을 느껴서 축복까지 간 사람들도 많이 있었거든요. 그래서 되게 부러웠고 저만 약간 비극의 주인공 같이 이렇게
저도 나만 그럴 게 아니구나.
그냥 사랑 뭐 하는 거죠.
진짜로.
까지. 근데 사람도 별로 없으니까. 네. 그래서 저는 그때는 다들 그렇게 쉽게 이렇게 좋아하게 되고 교회 사람이고 뭐 부모님도 뭐 좋아하고 되게 운이 좋았네, 좋겠다 이런 식으로 생각을 했었거든요. 나만 힘든 것처럼 약간. 근데 이제 지금 얘기를 들으니까 될 수도 있으니까 힘든 그것도 당연히 있는 것 같아요. 저는 약간 진짜 플라토닉한 약간 그런 있잖아요. 그 사람을 좋아하는 제가 좀
네.
그런 그런 거를 많이 좀 있었는데 될 수도 있으니까 좀 그래서 고민이 더 클 수도 있겠다.
맞아요.
특히
그리고 추가해서 얘기하자면 뭔가 내가 이 감정을 느끼는 게 만약에 내가 세상 사람들한테 그 감정을 느끼면 이 감정은 뭔가 사탄의 유혹이다라고 생각하기가 쉬운데 이세를 좋아하면 이 감정이 사탄의 유혹인지 아니면 하늘 부모님이 진짜 나한테 내 짝을 찾았다는 표시로 주신 건가 하는 그게 조금 많이 헷갈리더라고요. 그 사이에서.
그러네. 진짜 그럴 수 있을 것 같아요. 저는 제가 경험을 못한 그런 세계이긴 한데 진짜 그럴 것 같아. 될 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있고. 그래서 엄청 된 사람들도 사실은 많이 고민을 하고 된 사람도 많을 것 같고 서로 이렇게 얘기. 그래서 그러네요. 근데 이거 진짜 이게 고민인 사람이 많을 것 같아. 2세들 중에.
맞아요.
특히 한국은 2세가 많잖아요.
맞아요.
그래서 그런 거를 고민으로 이렇게 갖고 있는 사람들이 되게 많을 것 같아요.
진짜.
근데 이런 약간 짝사랑을 하는 그런 이성한테 끌림을 느끼는 그런 것들은 되게 감정이 약간 일시적인 감정일 수야 있지만 그때 느끼는 게 되게 엄청 큰 에너지 엄청나잖아요.
맞아요.
내 삶이 마치 그거밖에 없는 것처럼 이렇게.
맞아요.
근데 그런 감정을 느낄 때 우리가 이렇게 아까 저도 약간 비극의 그런 히로인 약간 주인공처럼 느끼고 이런 식으로 그런 되게 센 강한 그런 감정을 느낄 때 우리는 그런 감정이 뭔가를 이야기를 해 주고 있는 것 같아. 모든 감정은 우리한테 뭔가를 이야기를 해 주고 있는 것 같은데 그런 감정을 느낄 때 우리는 어떻게 그 감정을 이해하고 반응을 하면 좋은지. 왜냐면 이런 걸로 아까 그 정화도 죄책감 엄청 심했고
맞아요.
약간 너무 그래서 안 되는 감정인 것처럼 느끼는데 또 아닐 수도 있으니까 뭐 이런 게 있는데 그러면 그럴 때 우리가 어떻게 그 감정을 이해하고 반응하면 좋은지 쪼끔 생각을 혹시 해 보신 적은 있어요? 뭔가 항상 반말로 얘기하는데 인터뷰할 때마다 존댓말을 쓰려고 하는데 잘 안 돼 가지고 너무 어색해 가지고. 그래서 인터뷰니까 존댓말로 할게요.
좋아요. 저에 대해서 좀 이야기해 보자면 저는 최근부터는 최근 몇 년부터는 제가 그런 감정을 느끼면 저는 공유를 좀 하기 시작했어요. 뭐 저희 부모님이나 아니면 교회 사람이나 아니면 특히 하이눈 아치 언니나 이규 강사님, 이규 언니나 근데 많이 공유를 하기 시작했어요. 좀 신뢰할 수 있는 사람한테. 그래서 혹시 만약에 부모님이 조금 힘들 수 있겠다 싶으면은 저는 하이눈에 많이 하는 게 좋은 것 같고. 그래서 왜냐면 저는 그렇게 믿거든요. 저는 그렇게 듣기도 했고 사탄은 숨기려고 하는 게 사탄의 모습이라고 자꾸 숨기려고 하는 게 사탄이 하는 행동이다라는 게 조금 저한테는 크게 다가와서 이거를 내가 숨기고 자꾸 내가 안에서 해결하려고 하면 이게 그림자가 되어버리고 자꾸 점점 더 얘가 깊어지고 어두워지니까 얘를 오히려 반대로 이거를 터놓고 누군가한테 이야기하고 내가 정말 믿을 수 있는 사람 나한테 정말 많은 사랑을 주는 사람들한테 그것을 공유하고 하는 게 저한테는 좀 심리적으로나 많이 도움이 됐던 것 같아요. 그래서 저는 엄마한테도 이야기하고 엄마가 이제 사모님한테도 이야기해가지고 사모님한테도 이야기하고 이제 아찌 언니한테도 이야기하고 그리고 이기 언니한테도 이야기하고 슬프한테도 가끔 이야기하고 이렇게 정말 많이 이야기를 좀 했던 것 같아요. 그러면서 했던 거 이야기할 때마다 아, 그건 아니야. 그건 잘못됐어. 라고 했던 사람은 정말 단 한 명도 없었어요. 오히려, 아, 그렇구나 하면서 오히려 기도해 주겠다고 하는 사람도 많고 있었고, 저희 엄마 같은 경우에 기도해 주겠다고 하는 경우도 있고, 누구나 그럴 수 있다라고 이야기해 주고, 그런 감정은 전 너무 고마웠던 게 하이눈에서는 그런 감정은 자연스러운 거다. 누군가를 좋아하는 마음에서 저는 죄책감 느끼는 것 때문에 너무 힘들었는데, 아, 그런 누군가를 좋아하는 마음을 가지는 건 자연스러운 거다. 내가 누군가를 사랑할, 축복을 통해서 누군가를 사랑할 수 있는 그런 준비가 되어 있는 거니까, 누군가를 내가 사랑할 수 있다는 증거일 수 있으니까 자연스러운 거다, 나쁜 게 아니다라고 이야기해줘서 거기서 조금 제 죄책감을 덜고 좀 마음이 편하고. 그리고
이게 되게 근데 이게 진짜 중요한 포인트인 것 같아요. 이 죄책감이라는 거를 너무 느끼기가 쉬운데, 왜냐하면 우리는 어렸을 때부터, 태어났을 때부터 이것도 안 돼, 저것도 안 돼, 저것도 안 돼, 이런 교육을 그래도 받고 왔잖아요. 그래서
맞아요.
순결도 어떻게 보면 이제 우리가 왜 그렇게 충격을 받았냐면, 키워가는 거다라고 들었을 때, 그거는 지금까지 나한테 순결은 이것 안 하는 거, 저거 안 하는 거, 그게
맞아요.
순결을 지킨다는 거였는데, 이제 그렇게 생각하니까 뭔가를 잘못했을 때나 잘못한 것 같이 느껴졌을 때 죄책감이 되게 많이 들더라고요. 근데 죄책감은 혼자서 고민하고 혼자서 그냥 '나는 쓰레기고 나는 뭐 잘못했고' 이런 식으로 하면 진짜 계속 커지고 진짜 그게 커졌을 때 진짜 힘들더라고. 그래서 그런 신뢰할 수 있는 사람한테 공유를 하는 거는 정말 중요한 것 같고, 근데 여기서 정화는 잘 고른 것 같고, 신뢰하는 정말
네.
신뢰를 할 수 있는 사람을 잘 골라서 간 것 같고, 그래서 아무한테나 막 얘기하는 게 아니라 정말 신뢰를 하고 나를 위해서 생각해 주는 사람, 어떤 말이라도 나를 생각하고 해 주는 사람한테 가서 그런 이야기를 나눠서 상담하는 거는 정말, 정말 도움이 될 것 같아요. 그래서 아까도 얘기한 것처럼 사탄은 숨기려고 하는 게 사탄이 그림자는 숨기려고 할 때 커지니까
맞아요,
거기서
맞아요.
마음을 열고 조금 빛을 이렇게 해 주는 거. 네, 좋은 것 같아요. 또 있나요, 혹시?
그러고 제가 아직도 기억하는 게, 저는 항상 이런 감정을 느끼면 이 사람이랑 절대 안 돼, 절대 안 돼, 이 생각을 정말 많이 했거든요. 1세든 뭐 세상 사람들이든 2세든 다 상관없이 내가 좋아하는 감정을 가지면 이 사람이랑은 절대 이어져선 안 돼, 무조건 선거해야 되고 무조건 끊어내야 돼, 이 감정을 내가 없애야 돼, 이렇게만 생각을 했었는데, 제가 이런 짝사랑을 하고 있다라는 거를 이제 이기우 강사님한테 이야기했을 때 저는 그거에서 조금 많이 충격을 받았던 게, 이기 언니가 그 사람이랑 꼭 받을 수도 있고 안 받을 수도 있고 이렇게 뭔가 이야기해 주셨는데, 그게 저한테 좀 많이 충격적이었어요. 저는 여태까지 무조건 감정을 없애는 게 옳은 거라고 생각을 했는데, 이 사람이랑 내가 축복을 받을 수도 있고 안 받을 수도 있겠구나라는 거를 제가 그거를 들었을 때 좀 많이 놀랐던 것 같아요. 그래서 이기 언니가 저한테 그랬거든요. 받을 수도 있고 안 받을 수도 있어. 그 감정이 정말 하늘 부모님이 주신 거일 수도 있고 사탄의 유혹일 수도 있어. 근데 한번 네가 정말 혹시 하고 싶으면 축복 프로세스, 교류를 시작해도 나는 괜찮다고 생각해라고, 한번 해봐도 돼라고 저한테, 오히려 먼저 해봐도 돼라고 저한테 이야기를 해주셨단 말이에요. 이제 내가 먼저 가서 냅다 나도 좋아해 이렇게 고백하라는 이야기가 아니라, 정말 옳은 방식으로 부모님한테 보고하고 그렇게 해서 진짜 교류하듯이 이제 그런 식으로 하는 거는 괜찮다고 저한테 이야기해 주셔서, 그게 저한테는 좀 많이 도움이 됐던 것 같아요. 이 감정이 잘못된 게 아니고, 그래, 내가 이 사람이 맞다고 확신하면 내가 먼저 나가서 엄마, 나 이 사람이 마음에 들어, 혹시 이 사람이랑 교류할 수 있지 않을까? 이런 식으로 잘 하면은 시작할 수 있다, 교류를. 그러지 않을까. 그런 것도 많이 고려할 수 있지 않을까. 그리고 정성을 들이는 것도 사실 많이 도움이 되는 것 같아요. 이 짝사랑이라는 감정이 특히나 더 순간적으로 이렇게 팍 들어오는 좀 그런 감정이다 보니까, 엄청 순간적으로 행복한 되게 그러한 사랑, 좀 힘이라고 생각을 해서 좀 오래 시간을 두고, 사실 저희 평생 살 거니까 한 40일이나 저는 정성을 들였던 적이 많았거든요. 내가 이런 감정을 내가 이런 감정을 느끼고 있는데 이 사람한테 이 감정을 내가 어떻게 해야 될지, 이 사람이 맞는지 아닌지, 뭔가 이런 식으로 조건을 세워가지고 전 40일 정성 들이고 그런 걸 많이 했어요. 그리고 그런 게 정말 많이 도움이 되는 것 같아요. 시간을 가지고 지나다 보면 처음에는 이 사람이야 라고 생각을 했는데 이제 40일 이제 정성이 끝날 때쯤에 이 사람이랑 축복 안 받아도 상관없을 것 같은데 이런 생각이 뭐 이 사람이랑 내가 축복이 안 돼도 그냥 그 사람이 행복한 삶을 살 수 있게 뭔가 이렇게 놓아줄 수 있게 되는 것 같아요. 제 마음 자체에서.
그렇구나. 지금 마이크가 좀 이상해진 것 같은데 괜찮아요?
지금은 잘 들리죠?
네, 괜찮다. 쏘리. 네, 맞아. 근데 맞아, 그런 마음가짐이 진짜 정성이랑 그 마음가짐으로 뭔가 이게 어떻게 보면 약간 이런 감정을 느끼는 내 자신을 좀 발견할 수 있는 거고,
맞아요.
약간 왜 내가 이런 감정을 느낄까? 왜 이런 사람한테는 이런 감정을 느낄까? 조금 분석도 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 그쵸?
근데 재밌어요.
많이 해봤군요. 그렇구나.
맞아요.
그래서 저는 항상 왠지 뭔가 되게 나이가 많은 5살 많고 이런 게 아니라 진짜 10살 이상 많은 사람을 되게 멋있다 생각하고 막 멋있는데 약간 그런, 그래서 친구들은 "미쳤네." 이런 말을 많이 했는데 근데 진짜 플라토닉한 그거였는데, 그래서 막상 이제 매칭 축복 준비를 해야겠네 하고 부모님이랑 얘기했을 때도 무조건 연하는 안 되고 오빠여야 된다는. 무조건 그렇다고. 왜냐면 저는 그런 감정을 느끼는 때가 꼭 그런 사람이 맞아서 그런 거를 느낀다 생각을 했었는데, 나중에 이제 나중에가 아니지, 지금 생각해 보니까 약간 저는 어렸을 때 아빠랑 같이 못 살았거든요. 그게 쪼끔 제가 카운셀링 같은 것도 많이 받으면서 심리 상담 같은 거 쪼끔 알게 되기 시작한 부분이긴 한데, 그래서 어렸을 때부터 이제 아빠가 계속 안 계셨고 선교 가셔 가지고 해외 선교로 안 계셨거든요. 그래서 약간 그런 아빠 같은 그런 사람의 사랑을 많이 받고 싶어 하는, 너무 외로워서 너무 외로워서 그거를 받고 싶어 하는 저의 모습을 그때는 못 봤지만 지금은 볼 수 있을 것 같고. 근데 이제 아까도 그래서 정성을 들이면서 잘 생각하는 게 정말 중요한 것 같아요. 왜냐면 이게 정말 이제 하나님이 정말로 인도해 주고 이렇게 만나게 해준 사람일 수도 있고, 내가 외로움을 이렇게 채우려고 아까 무조건적인 사랑이 있는데 가짜 사랑으로 채우려고 이렇게 그런 거일 수도 있으니까. 그때 정말, 근데 내가 좋았던 거는 그런 걸 느껴서 이제 매칭 준비를 할 때 아빠랑 많이 대화를 했어요. 진짜 많이 대화를 했어요. 그때까지는 엄마랑은 하는데 아빠랑 안 했거든요. 왜냐하면 어렸을 때 같이 못 살아서 좀 어색하기도 하고 했는데, 많이 이야기를 하니까 처음부터 잘 된 건 아니지만 쪼끔씩 이렇게 대화를 하니까 많이 이제 그런 외로움을 많이 안 느끼게 되고, 그래서 약간 그렇게 하면서 이제 매칭이 계속 잘 안 됐는데, 왜냐면 오빠들을 계속 만났거든요. 안 됐거든요. 근데 이제 그런 마음으로 해서 근데 저는 형제 4명의 첫째인데 약간 동생들도 괜찮을 것 같아 해서 했는데, 지금 축복받은 사람은 연하예요. 그래서 근데 되게 잘 맞아요. 그래서 뭔가 그때 근데 그런 거를 알게 됐고 아빠랑의 그런 관계도 많이 좋아져서 그렇게 생각을 할 수 있었을 수도 있겠다라는 생각도 들고, 그래서 그런 감정 느꼈을 때 그 사람이든 아니든 얻을 수 있는 건 많다. 그거를 말하고 싶었어요. 많이 말을 해보였는데.
맞아요.
네. 네, 그래서 이런 이야기를 이렇게 하면서 역시 뭔가 짝사랑에 뭐 대한 거, 무조건적인 사람, 솔직해지는 거, 하이눈에서 뭐 얻은 경험들 다 이제 뭐 지금 정아가 이제 축복 준비를 하고 있잖아요. 그래서
맞아요.
역시 그런 것들, 그런 발견들, 뭐 이런 것들이 다 이제 매칭 과정에서 큰 영향이 되지 않았을까 생각을 하는데, 이제 이거를 하이눈에서 항상 뭐 토크쇼나 이런 거 하면 역시 축복 준비를 하고 있는 사람들도 많이 와요. 그래서 그런 이제 매칭 과정에서 어떻게 그런 하이눈에서 뭐 받은 영향 같은 거 있는지, 하이눈이 정아한테 준 그런 좋은 영향 같은 게 있었는지, 그리고 어떤 거였는지 좀 듣고 마무리할 수 있으면 좋을 것 같은데.
맞아.
네.
좋아요. 일단 저는 지금은 그 축복은 당연히 아직 받지 않았고, 매칭 뭐 약혼이나 이런 것도 아직 아니고 계속 상대를 찾고 있는 그런 상황인데, 뭐 그래서 교류도 뭐 몇 번 하고 그랬었는데, 그 하이눈을 통해서 조금 하이눈이 그렇게 교류하는 과정 속에 많은 영향을 줬던 것 같아요. 예를 들어서 교류할 때 진실을 말하는 거를 많이 시도해 볼 수 있었어요. 상대방한테. 내가 교류하는 과정에서 만나는 상대한테 진실 말하는 거를 정말 많이 연습을 할 수 있었는데, 그것도 이제 하이눈에서 많이 연습을 했었으니까 진실을 말하는 걸. 그래서 더 할 수 있었고, 여기서 진실을 말한다는 게 이거에 가까운 것 같아요. 제가 가지고 있는 부족한 점, 뭐 실수했던 거, 내가 잘못했던 거, 내가 가지고 있는 부족한 점들. 예를 들어서 저 같은 경우에는 이런 거 많이 공유했거든요. 저는 제 생김새도 그렇지만 저는 좀 보이시하게 입는 걸 좋아하고, 머리도 짧고 편하게 입는 걸 좋아하는데, 누군가는 되게 근데 보통 여자분들은 이쁘게 입는 거를 좋아하고, 남자분들도 이쁘게 이렇게 머리 길고 치마 입고 그런 분들을 하시잖아요. 그래서 저는 그게 저한테 매력적이지 않은 부분이니까 저는 그런 것도 다 이야기했어요. 나는 뭐 치마 입는 거 좋아하는 편도 아니고, 나는 편하게 바지 입고 편하게 이런 셔츠 같은 거 입고 머리도 짧게 하고 다니고, 난 이게 편한 사람이에요. 저는 뭐 화장도 잘 모르고요. 그냥 그런 것도 다 이야기하고, 그리고 저는 또 상대방을 가르치려고 하는 좀 안 좋은 습관이 있어서 요즘 고치려고 많이 노력하는데 그런 것들도 다 이야기하고, 나는 상대방이 뭔가 잘못했을 때 고치려고 내가 가르치려고 하는 그런 안 좋은 성향도 가지고 있다라고 이야기를 많이 교류할 때 이야기를 많이 하려고 해요. 제가 부족한 점을. 근데 이게 제가 하이눈을 통해서 배웠던 게 연애와 축복의 차이에서 오는 건데, 그 연애는 자기가 좋아하는 부분만 보여주면서 시작하잖아요. 내가 나는 뭐 돈도 있고, 나는 직장도 다니고 있고, 나는 뭐 이쁘고, 나는 몸도 좋고, 뭐 나는 뭐라고 하지? 다양한 그런 것들 있잖아요. 외적인 것들. 그리고 나는 성격도 좋아, 나는 재미있어, 뭔가 이런 것들조차 그렇게 좋은 것을 보여주면서 시작하려고 하지만, 좀 축복은 오히려 반대로 내가 이렇게 부족하지만 내가 잘못한 것도 있고, 난 이런 실수도 이전에 했던 사람인데 그럼에도 서로가 사랑할 수 있는 거, 그러면서 살아갈 수 있는 게, 그런 상대를 찾아야 하는 게 축복이 아닐까. 그래서 연애랑
맞아요.
맞아.
와,
그래서 더
그렇게
매칭 과정에서 매칭 과정, 그런 교류 과정에서 진실을 말하는 걸 더 많이 하려고 해요. 왜냐하면 내가 찾으려는 상대는 그런 상대니까. 내가 좋아하는 모습만 사랑해 주는 게 아니라 나의 부족한 점마저도 사랑해 줄 수 있는 사람을 찾고 싶으니까. 그리고
쉬운 일이 아닌데, 그쵸?
맞아, 하이눈 덕분입니다. 많이 연습할 수 있어서.
하이눈 저도 어려운데 아직. 그렇구나.
그리고
잠깐만, 우리 첫 번째 코멘트가 왔어요.
진짜요?
와, 감사합니다. 코멘트 읽어도 돼요? 되게 길게 써줬는데. 제 생각에 누군가 마음에 들면, 축복받고 싶은 생각이 들면 가장 먼저 하나님에게 보고를 드리고 정말 그 사람인가 간절히 기도드리면 하나님이 다 알려주시지 않을까 생각합니다. 모든 게 하나님 중심 삼고 하면 잘 될 거라고 요새 많이 느꼈던 것 같아요. 라고 코멘트를 해주셨어요. 감사합니다.
네. 힘이 나네요.
아마 이분은 잘 된 건 아닌가? 와우. 감사합니다. 근데 진짜 맞아요. 아까도 얘기했었는데 정성 드리고 이렇게 하나님이 얘기해 주는 거를 잘 듣는 거 되게 중요하고. 네. 감사합니다. 코멘트 너무 좋아요. 네. 미안해요. 너무 첫 번째 코멘트가 감동적이어서 네, 계속 갑시다. 네.
그러면 일단 그리고 저는 축복은 보통 연애나 상대를 찾을 때는 보통 자기가 외로워서 상대를 찾는 경우가 정말 많거든요. 내가 너무 외로워. 나 혼자 너무 외로워. 그래서 보통 연애를 시작하잖아요. 근데 저는 축복이나 이런 걸 시작할 때, 심지어 연애를 시작할 때도 좀 혼자서 설 수 있을 때 시작했으면 좋겠다고 생각해요. 이 말은 내가 충분히 사랑을 충분히 많이 가지고 있고 그게 넘쳤을 때, 내가 사랑을 많이 받고 이 사랑이 너무 넘치니까 이 사랑을 다른 사람한테도 주고 싶다라고 하고 이제 그런 연애나 축복을 시작해야지. 그러지 않은 상태에서 내가 외로워서 내가 부족하니까 다른 사람한테 받을 거야 하는 식으로 시작하면 실패로 이어지기가 너무 쉬운 것 같아요. 왜냐면 상대방이 항상 나한테 원하는 걸 줄 수 있는 게 아니니까.
그러니까 기대게 되니까 의존하게 되고. 그래서 혼자
맞아요.
설 수 있을 때 하는 거 맞는 것 같아요. 그래서 외로워서가 아니라.
그게 포인트예요. 외로워서가 아니라.
맞아요. 네.
그리고 하이눈에서 저는 그걸 많이 배웠어요. 내가 어떤 상대를 찾아야 하는지, 내가 그런 기준, 내가 어떤 사람이랑 축복을 받아야 하는지에 대한 기준을 좀 많이 세울 수 있었는데, 그래서 제가 지금 세운 기준은 축복은 같이 이것도 배운 건데 같이 에베레스트 산을 올라간다고 생각하면 편하다고 하더라고요. 생각하기에. 그래서 에베레스트 산을 올라갈 때 누군가는 내가 짐을 가지고 있고 각자 짐이 있잖아요. 에베레스트 산에 올라갈 때 장비나 이런 것들. 그런 걸 올라갈 때 같이 가지고 올라갈 때 누군가는 나 너무 가기 싫어. 저기 어떻게 올라가려고 해? 하면서 나 너무 무거워서 못 가겠어 하면서 오히려 제가 다른 사람의 짐을 지고 어떻게든 가보자라고 해야 하는 사람이 있는가 하면 누군가는 같이 올라갈 때 우리 힘들지만 조금만 더 힘을 내보자 하면서 저기 얼마 안 남았어 하면서 즐겁게 막 농담도 하고 개그도 치면서 같이 올라가는 사람도 있고 그리고 내가 오히려 짐이 너무나도 많을 때 상대방이 내가 네 짐도 같이 들어줄게 하면서 내 짐을 오히려 덜어주면서 같이 올라갈 수 있는 사람도 있잖아요. 그런 걸 생각했을 때 내가 그 사람이 짐을 지고 억지로 그 사람을 끌고 가는 게 아니라 정말 같이 즐겁게 같이 에베레스트 산을 올라갈 수 있는 사람을 찾아야겠다고 했고 그리고 상대방의 이런 진실한 사랑, 이런 무조건적인 사랑에 대해서 배울 의지가 있는가를 많이 보고요. 상대방도 진실을 말할 의지가 있는지, 자기의 감이나 자기의 실수나 이런 것들을 말할 의지가 있는지를 많이 보려고 해요. 그래서 그런 쪽으로 질문을 많이 하기도 하고요. 나는 근데 너는 어때? 이런 식으로. 나는 이런 거 있는데 너는 그런 게 있어? 하는 식으로 많이 물어봐요. 근데 거기서 많이 갈려요. 어떤 사람은 나는 더 힘들었던 경험이 있어 하면서 오히려 자기의 더 어두운 그런 깊이 있는 결점들을 꺼내서 보여주는 사람도 있는가 하면 어떤 사람은 나는 말하지 않을래 라고 피하는 사람들도 있고 다양한 사람들이 있더라고요. 그런 것 같아요. 그리고
그래서 그렇구나.
맞아요. 축복 과정에 있어서 저는 부모님이 프로필을 많이 주시거든요. 저는 그런 식으로 시작을 하는데 부모님이 프로필 주시면 그런데 항상 그래요. 저희 모든 사람들이 그럴 것 같은데 이 사람 좋은 사람이야라고 하면서 제가 이 사람 하면 좋은 사람이야 맞나 봐 항상 그러시거든요.
나쁜 사람은 아니겠지.
좋은 사람이야. 이건 아닌 것 같은데 이 사람 좀 별론데 근데 다른 사람들이 이 사람 좋은 사람이래요 하면서 계속 저한테 이렇게 주시거든요. 이 사람 좋은 사람이야 하면서 맞나 봐 이렇게 하시는데 근데 요즘엔 그렇게 생각해요. 엄마 세상에는 좋은 사람은 많아. 그리고 원래 이성적인 사회는 온 사람들이 다 좋은 사람들이어야 하는 게 이상적인 사회야. 근데 내가 그 모든 사람들이랑 축복받는 게 아니잖아. 나는 좋은 사람이 아니라 나랑 맞는 사람이 필요해. 하늘 부모님은 나를 위해서 단 한 사람을 만들어 놨는데 그 사람을 내가 찾아야 돼. 근데 그 사람이 그 좋은 사람이라고 나랑 맞는 사람이 아니라고. 그걸 항상 이야기해요. 좋은 사람은 세상에 많을수록 좋아. 그 사람이 다 내 짝일 수는 없잖아. 한 사람만 있으면 돼라고.
어머니 되게
엄마.
열심히 하시는데.
그래서 엄마도 생각이 많이 바뀌셨어요. 제가 이런 이야기를 하도 많이 하니까. 맞아. 좋은 사람이라고 다 내 짝이 될 수 있는 건 아니니까.
아이고,
나랑 맞는 사람을
비슷한
찾아야 돼.
대화를 우리 엄마랑도 한 것 같기도 하고.
중요합니다.
아,
그러고 이제 항상 이제 매칭이 그 교류 과정이 긍정적으로 끝나진 않잖아요. 서로가 아니다라고 거절하면서 끝나기도 하는데 저는 그거에 대해서 뭔가 어렸을 땐 그렇게 생각했던 것 같아요. 무조건 한 번에 돼야 된다. 그리고 내가 이게 관계가 잘 안 되면 그거는 내가 잘못해서 그런 거다. 내가 정성을 안 들였고 내가 여태까지 죄를 많이 지어서 이게 교류가 잘 깨진 거다라고 생각을 정말 많이 했거든요. 그래서 무조건 잘 돼야 돼. 저희 엄마도 무조건 잘 돼야 돼. 만나는 사람들이랑 교류를 시작하면 무조건 잘 돼야 돼라고 생각을 했는데 그게 아니라는 걸 많이 느꼈던 것 같아요. 내가 이 사람이랑 될 수도 있고 안 될 수도 있고 그게 안 됐다고 하더라도 그게 나의 잘못은 아니다. 그리고 맞아요. 상대방이 나를 거부하더라도 내가 아니라고 하더라도 그것은 누구의 잘못도 아니다. 뭐
그럴 수 있는 확률이 더 높은 거니까 사실.
맞아요. 오히려
한 명만 찾아야 되는데 다
한 명인데
그렇게 되는 사람도 있지만은
맞아요.
확률로 보면 그치. 그쵸?
맞아요.
그래서 맞아요. 또 안 돼도 배울 수 있는 게 많더라고요. 특히 매칭.
오히려 더 많아요. 안 될 확률이 더 높다. 왜냐면 세상에 70억 인류 반절이 남자인데 뭐 교회 2세라고 하면 조금 더 줄긴 하겠지만 수많은 남자들이 2세들이 있는데 미래 세대들이 있는데 그중에 오히려 안 될 확률이 생각해보면 더 높잖아. 내가 만나는 사람이랑 안 될 확률.
맞아요. 한 명만 만나도 된다. 맞아요. 한 명만.
한 명만 찾으면 돼요, 사실. 그래서 저는 지금 그렇게 생각해요. 저희 엄마한테도 얘기하고 많이 이야기해놨는데 나는 100명을 만나겠다고. 그런 교류를 100명이랑 하겠다고. 정말 많은 사람들을 만나보겠다고. 그렇게 생각하면 오히려 마음이 편하더라고요. 왜냐면 나는 어차피 여태까지 뭐 한 명밖에 안 만났어. 나 100명 만날 건데 100명 기회가 더 있어. 이번에 안 돼도 괜찮아. 나 아직 90번의 기회가 더 있어. 오히려 조금 마음이 편해지더라고요, 저는. 이 사람이 안 되면
와우,
100명. 오히려
멋져요.
너무 그 상대한테 집중하지 않는 게 좋은 것 같아요. 이 사람은 될 수도 있고 안 될 수도 있고. 근데 너무 될 거라고 생각하고 그 교류에 임하면 실망하게 되고 오히려 제 진실을 말하는 거에 대해서 어려움을 많이 느끼게 될 것 같아요. 이 사람이랑 돼야 된다고 생각하게 되니까. 오히려 숨기려고 하고 잘못하면.
진짜 맞아요. 진짜 그거는 맞는 것 같아요. 그래서 어떻게 보면 이제 슬슬 좀 마무리를 해야 되는 시간이어서 금방 1시간이 금방 가가지고. 근데 약간 기준이 바뀐 것 같아요. 정화의 그런 상대를 보는 기준. 그래서 뭐 그런 뭐 순간적인 그런 감정 느꼈을 때는 뭐 외모라든가 많은 그게 있잖아, 기준. 근데
맞아요.
지금 이야기를 들으니까 약간 이게 하이눈만의 영향은 아니겠지만 이제 부모님이나 많은 이제 그쵸, 교회 사람들이나 친구 이런 좋은 관계들을 하면서 이제 마음이 채워지는 거 느끼면서 정화의 그 사람을 보는 기준? 상대를 찾는데 보는 기준이 확 이제 180도 그런 느낌이 드네요.
진짜로.
네, 이게 진짜 축복을 언제 받으실지 모르고 막 되게 이제 업다운도 되게 힘들 수도 있는데 그런 마음가짐으로 할 수 있으면 되게 좋을 것 같아요. 근데 100명은 대박이다.
요즘 큰일 났다.
네, 모두 100명을 만나보는 마음으로.
아닌지 모르겠지만.
네, 그렇게 네 해주시면. 근데 그런 마음가짐을 뭐 실제로 만날지 뭐 모르겠지만 그런 마음가짐은 되게 저는 멋지다 생각해요. 정말로. 그래서 포기하지 않고 솔직하게 자신한테 솔직하게 이렇게 하면 좋은 것 같아요. 네, 되게 다양한 그런 내용들을 이야기를 한 것 같은데 정말 저는 되게 재밌었거든요. 이렇게 듣는 분들은 어땠는지 모르겠지만은 저는 되게 재밌었고 이렇게 많은 이야기를 이미 나눈 그 정화랑 이렇게 좀 깊은 이야기를 할 수 있어서 너무너무 소중한 시간이었고 이런 솔직한 이야기를 이렇게 좀 뭐 이거를 하면 어떡하지, 저거를 하면 어떡하지, 어떻게 이 사람이 생각을 할까, 나한테 그런 거를 안 해도 되는 그런 공간을 만들고 싶어요. 하이눈에서는. 그래서
맞아.
성에 대한 것도 그렇고 뭐 여러 가지 고민은 모두가 있는데 그거를 이제 나눌 수 있는 공간이 많이 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 네, 그런 거를 이제 마음을 열고 솔직하게 이야기를 할 수 있는 그런 공간을 만들려고 이번에도 인터뷰를 한 것도 그런 고민을 하는 분들이 있으시면 그거를 듣고 조금이라도 용기를 낼 수 있게 그리고 네, 그리고 만약에 뭐 상담 같은 거나 아니면 하이눈에서 같이 뭔가를 하고 싶다 하는 분들 계시면 지금 네, 코멘트란에 올렸는데 여기 네, 이게 제 이메일이고 카톡이에요. 그래서 네, 이렇게 네, 여기서 연락을 주시면 제가 답장을 드릴게요. 그래서 네, 뭐 그런 이런 약간 사랑이 채워지는 그런 경험, 정화가 했던 것처럼 그런 경험을 하고 싶다. 그런 경험이 필요할 것 같아. 고민이 있는데 물어보고 싶다. 이런 사람이 있으면 정말 마음 편하게 연락을 주시면 네, 되겠습니다. 네, 정말 너무너무 감사하고요. 정말 1시간 동안 이렇게 많은 이야기를 해줘서 네, 정말 감사해요. 네, 너무 재밌었어요.
저도.
네. 그래요, 정말 고마워요. 또 해요.
맞아요. 저요.
네. 안녕. 네, 여러분 정말 감사합니다. 네, 그래서 이 한국어 섹션은 끝났는데요. 이 다음에 계속 24시간이 아직 안 끝나서 이제 절반 정도 됐어요. 그래서 저희가 끝나면 이제 필리핀 챕터가 시작이 돼요. 그래서 하이눈 필리핀 사람들이 네, 더 재밌는 이야기를 할 거니까 또 영어 하실 줄 아는 분들은 남아서 네, 좀 보셔도 재밌지 않을까 생각이 듭니다. 네, 그러면 정말 끝까지 들어주신 분들 정말 감사드리고요. 또 봬요. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
sa kalangitang dilim. Kampanang yayanig sa bawat nilalang magising upang kulang sa dilim. Ikaw ang magsasabing kaya mo to, tulad ng isang tanglaw sa gitna ng bagyo. Sigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbing liwanag, liwanag sa dilim. Harapin mo, magiting ang bagong awitin. Ikaw ang liwanag sa dilim. Oh, 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 oh. At sa paghamon mo sa agos ng ating kasaysayan, uukit ka ng bagong daan. Oh, 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 oh. Ikaw ang naawit na kaya mo to, isang panalangin sa gitna ng gulo. Sigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbing liwanag, liwanag sa dilim. Harapin mo, magiting ang bagong awitin. Ikaw ang liwanag. Sigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbi liwanag sa dilim. Harapin mo, magiting ang bagong awitin. Liwanag. Sigaw mo sa hangin, tumindig at magsilbi liwanag sa dilim. Harapin mo, magiting ang bagong awitin. Liwanag sa dilim. Oh, 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 oh. Liwanag sa dilim. Oh, 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 oh.
Okay. Liwanag sa dilim. And we are live. Yes, so thank you everybody for listening in for 15 hours. Now is the time for Hainun Philippines slot. And we're gonna have lots of wisdom, talk, and most of all, lots of fun. And what we're going to talk about is something that a lot of people really find interesting, especially in our movement. Let me just introduce first myself. My name is Jude, Jude Cedric Monifar. I am the chapter leader of Hainun Philippines. So sa mga Filipinong nandyan, magkatagalog ako ng onte. This is not a strict English lang. Magkatagalog tayo dito. Tutulungan natin mga Pilipino, paano ba mabuhay ng isang buhay na walang shadow. Ano ba yung Tagalog ng shadow? Ninuno. Anino. Anino. Anyway, we have a very, very special guest over here. It's one of the second generations that I really idolize. When I look up to him since 2019 when we got our first encounter in Korea about the Philippine Top Gun, if I'm remembering it correctly. He is one of the earliest batches of second generation here in the Philippines. He is a best child, of course, and he's a father. Now, I don't want to talk too much. I'm just gonna let him introduce himself. But his name is Mr. Kuya Victor Rabanyo. Everybody, let's give him a hand.
Thank you very much, Jude and High Noon, for inviting me. I just want to take take a quick mic check if I'm being heard properly by the audience. All right. As Judas mentioned, I am Victor. You can call me Vic for short. Just don't call me Vicky. Yeah, it's funny that you say we were the first batches of second generation. It's like we were mass produced, you know. Anyways, yeah. Currently, I'm a corporate slave. I'm working to provide not only for myself but for my wife and for my daughter, who is currently in Japan. It's not practically easy, but anyway, that's life. And I am the former president of the second generation of Blessed Children in the Philippines. I was also briefly appointed as president for the Blessed Children in Asia Pacific, but we're not gonna deep dive into that. We're gonna be more focusing on this topic. So anyway, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and we're really, really happy to have you here. I know you mentioned that you're a corporate slave, meaning you have a job.
Yep.
And
I'll be going there later.
yeah, I know you have a really busy schedule, and I would like
Uh-huh.
to thank you, Kuya Vic,
Sure.
for really taking the time out of your day
Mhm.
to speak with us here in High Noon.
The only reason I said yes because there was gonna be free food. So just
I
kidding.
sold my private jet to get funds for this. Thank you, Popeyes.
Not
And
sponsored, but hopefully someday.
we're not
Anyways.
sponsored, but we are the ones who pay you. Anyway, as I mentioned before, I don't want to say again that early batches, it's like you
no
were
problem.
mass produced in a Best Children factory. But you were one of the first ever second generation here in the Philippines.
Mhm.
And as I know, starting out with a first ever chapter of
Mm.
High Noon here in the Philippines, it's very difficult
Mhm.
when starting out with like being the first in everything.
Mhm.
How difficult was it for you in terms of faith of being one of those early BCs here in the Philippines?
Uh, siguro we would go by levels. Maybe when you're young, practically in the early days of the church, a lot of members probably they started family, they were living together, or they were living in centers,
Mhm.
kind of like similar to what my parents did. They lived with like 3 other blessed families and with their kids. So basically, I was growing up with other blessed children, and Sunday school or Sunday service was something to look forward to. Especially, you get to be surrounded by people that are similar to you.
Hmm.
You know, the mass-produced kids.
Sorry.
And yeah, since we're on the topic of practicality, I guess a lot of parents also tried to take the practical route because raising kids is not easy. You need to work, you need to provide. So eventually, some of these families had to move out and find their own homes. Imagine like your 3 or 4 different families living together under one house, and then with 4 different kids as well. It got lesser and lesser by then, and that's when I think the challenging part was, I guess, for the parents, they were trying to find a place where they could still live near each other and find a school where the children could study together. So somehow I was fortunate enough that I get to go to some elementary schools where there are a certain number of second generation or blessed children growing up. So I still could meet them on the weekdays, then later see them at church on Sundays. But later on, again, practicality speaking, they had to move to a different place or go to their provinces probably to be more like probably practicality reason. So I guess the most challenging was in high school because I basically knew no one anymore. And it's just for fate, I guess. It's just me and my parents just looking forward to Sunday's service or Sunday school every Sunday. So I guess it wasn't really challenging because for me personally, I still get to meet friends during Sundays or weekends. Yeah.
If like when I'm looking at your story, it seems like community plays a big part in like cultivating that faith, the connection you have with your parents. And it just, I mean, listening to your story, when it comes to practicality, it seems like community kind of disappears
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because people have to move out of the center, and sometimes looking at practicality, sometimes they don't put so much emphasis on going to Sunday school anymore, really putting that day job and
Yeah.
etc. So like I could really see that when communities, or especially not only BCs but our church, come together in a community, that's where we get stronger. That's
True.
where we see heavenly parent and true parents, like, manifest substantially. And when we don't have that community, it kind of makes things a little bit hard.
I would just like to add on, because as someone who has traveled different places in the Philippines and meeting different communities of best children, I should probably name drop. Sorry if people will get offended with places that I'm gonna mention. So let's say, for example, a place here in the Philippines, Antipolo. Of course, the center is probably Sunwa or NTC, what they're calling now. It's basically very near the most best families we're living. Probably just one tricycle ride away, right? And then there are places like in Mindanao or in Visayas that it would take them at least 1 hour and 30 minutes to travel.
Oh yeah.
For me, before, I could not grasp the concept na how come they could not travel for 1 hour and 30 minutes just to go to church on a Sunday? But a lot of the blessed families don't have their own vehicles. Let's just be frank, of course. And if you would calculate that time, practically speaking, going there is 1 hour and a half. You sit at service for probably 1 hour and a half. Then you try to have lunch for maybe 1 hour. Then you have to travel back for another 1 hour and a half. So practicality does not really work. So I feel sad whenever I get to go to places whenever we have summer camps, that whenever I get to talk with some of the blessed children, they say, Kuya, we could not go to church because it's far, because we don't have money, we don't have the resources to go. So yeah, that's the sad part. Although in our in our age now, we have Zoom. Of course, people could join service through online, but you don't really feel sense of community. I believe during the pandemic, I'm just being honest here. Whenever I join Sunday service on Zoom, I would chat some of my second gen kids. What do you think of the service while listening to the Zoom? So if you're really close with certain second gen, you could probably do that. But if you have never had the connection with the church, then suddenly pandemic happened and then you have to attend Sunday service and you do not resonate with the message. So it's really difficult to have that connection with heavenly parents and true parents, I believe. So just to add little details of what I observed.
Yeah. It seems as though, like, although we, like in the pandemic, looking back at the pandemic, although we are like, we can meet each other through online Zoom, it still doesn't have that connection of being a person in front of you, having that person to talk to, etc. It's still pretty hard. And it would, like, I'm hearing from you, that would cause a lot of difficulties in terms of faith, maybe because also it kind of affects the practicality part of it. But one of my questions too, looking at that point, is how do you stay grounded in your faith while navigating challenges or uncertainties in life when you don't have that much of a connection? Because I know you. I mean, I don't know you, but I've heard of you, and I think we've talked that much. But although you're one of the most practical second generations that I know, you're still pretty grounded in faith. Now, how does a Kuya Victor stay grounded and still have that faith even though many difficulties happen?
I would just like to say it's a matter of perspective. I would just like to go back. High school days, I would just join Hondoke, probably like that, but my faith never grew. I guess what made my faith grow is when I started teaching divine principle. Because when you're just listening to lectures, you're just absorbing the information and you do not really have a way of applying immediately the things that you've learned. But as a lecturer, you need to find ways of how your listeners would understand it And I'm always surprised by how many examples I could come up with whenever I give lecture. And then later on, after lectures, because you found that connection with these listeners, or later on they would come up with questions. And as a kuya, I felt like I believe through those 7 years that I was trying to educate the blessed children, I felt like I need to stand as a role model. So that's from my perspective. That's why I try to really like inspire and keep my faith grounded. But there were times where I would say it's been challenging, because this is not very often, but suddenly like a random second gen will reach out to me via messenger. Kuya, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with that. And I would give them advice. And by that, I make certain realizations. So this is what people are struggling with. So that really comes with the heart of really trying to comfort or give wisdom to the youngers. So although I'm not in the position anymore as president, my doors are still open if they need any advice. Not just not money, but advice is fine. I can give advice, and I would check in from them from time to time. Some second gen, like a few months ago, Kuya, I want to get blessed, but I feel like my parents don't have a good relationship. This type of things.
Yeah.
So how can I receive the blessing? Then there are some parents who reached out to me actually, and then they said, "Oh, I'm encouraging my son, but they don't want to receive the blessing." This type of things. There are many things, but anyway, I'm open whenever people try to ask for my advice. I can understand from the perspective of the parents, and I could understand from the perspective of the child. So I guess what keeps me grounded is that I have this my personal understanding of the principle and my personal relationship with God and through parents. And for me, I'm not gonna force whatever I believe in or what I understand. It's just that I believe that there's a God and He's watching. Sometimes He's probably testing us or ignoring us from time to time. But yeah, that's what keeps me grounded. I just try to have a friendly relationship with God whenever I'm riding on the motorbike stuck in traffic. God, ano na? Naman. Because if it's raining, God, why is it raining? That I would rant at God, but there are times when I'm just like I said, going on my motorbike stuck in traffic and just reflecting on life, thinking that, oh God, thank you that I could ride safe. I'm not experiencing any accidents on the road, this type of things. So that's my type of faith. It's not super deep. It's just that for me personally, I know that there's a God and no one could hopefully take that away from me. Yeah.
I think that's a very when you speak, I'm thinking that it's a very beautiful type of relationship that you have, not only like horizontally with the community of the BCs, but also a relationship with God. Like what I got is like people come to you for advice, and you had to stand up to be that kuya in the community, and still you want to become the kuya, but still maintaining that relationship with God, not a very master servant relationship. It's a very, I don't want to say super duper religious relationship, but like a family. A family like, God, why am I stuck in traffic? Bakit umulan? God, can't you do this? Pero it's kind of a fun relationship that we have. And I think that's what of the people, what of nami-miss ng people sometimes in the relationship with God, is that God and God is listening to you. You have to have a friendly relationship with God as your parent, but also have a good relationship with your brothers, with your community, as maybe your whatever part you may have in the community. And one question I would also like to ask you, because some of the BCs come to you for advice, and sometimes in our movement, I always call it the 100-100 movement. It's because you either go 100% with your faith, or you go 100% with practicality. I always see this. Either people or people in our movement would always go with this path that they would always sacrifice everything for faith, etc., etc., and then they would really suffer a lot, not thinking about practicality. And the second generation would be sometimes hold resentment.
Mm.
But other part of that is they would always go to this path of practicality, where they would work, sacrifice their time, not work too much on the church. And then their second generation would not be as connected to the church eventually in the future. Now, how would you have done it? Or how would you balance that faith and practicality? Because like our title is Walking with Faith and Practicality, right?
Mm.
So how do you balance that?
Uh, that's a very tricky question. For me, although I'm giving this advice, I'm also still in the process of figuring out the right balance. I wouldn't say the perfect balance because I don't believe in perfection anymore. I don't want to believe in that. There should be just like proper balance. Anyway, before I answer that, I would just like to add with the previous thing you said, like the master servant relationship with God. I think that even though God is like probably a master or a parent, I believe that God, although I think a church is teaching that God is a God of suffering, I think people should look also from the perspective that God also is a God of humor.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
So sometimes you need to joke around with God, you know. So that's kind of like my relationship. So about balancing faith and practicality. Anyway, nowadays we are in an online world. It's just a matter if you really want to have that relationship with God. So like I said, I'm not the 100%. Like a lot of people would. Sorry, I'm not shading on anyone who joins Chonshimon every day. That's your decision. But there are times that I would probably join Chonshimon or there's this Chanyang session. And recently there's this new song, right? Like
Is that one?
that song, yeah. And one time when I joined like a Chanyang session, when I didn't have work, I think it was my first time hearing that song, and then I cried because the message really resonates. So of course, when you're a person of practicality, you're just working, and then been joining with the church. I'm sure a lot of the members have this heart that they want to connect to the church. That's why for me, after quite some time that I haven't been doing hondoke, actually, being honest. But sometimes I try to read because it's out of my work schedule. But you know, when I attend certain things in the church that I feel like really resonates with me, then that's when I feel very repentful. I would cry and then like self-reflect on my life, and then try to contribute in any ways possible. So for me, like I said, I'm a corporate slave. I don't have much money. I cannot give much to the church. But for me, meeting with other blessed children, checking up on them, whether meeting them personally, this is also practicality because as a community, you need to still relate with one another, develop that closeness. Because later on, when I have kids, they have kids, our kids need to relate with one another because they'll be protecting one another. And then in terms of faith, I would ask them if they're single or if they're blessed. So how's your blessed life? How's your life with God? This type of things. It does not always have to be within the church or within. It starts within your family. It expands to the church and it expands to the different communities that you have. So of course, when you connect with what they call this people from not the church, you share your ideals, you share your values, and then you embrace some of their values and their ideals. You create that connection, and then the same goes with people within the church. You need to create that connection with them because human beings are people of relationships. So yeah, so in terms of faith and practicality, it does not have to be always hondoke at 6 a.m. It doesn't have to be always church every Sunday. That's for me personally. Of course, that's still kind of important, but this is going to be somewhat controversial.
Oh, he warned me that he's going to say something controversial.
For church, you need to find reasons or create reasons for people to come to church. So, as a 30-year-old man, I'm dropping my age, I don't want to come to church and just sit down and listen to a sermon. Of course, a part of that is finding inspirations in the sermons, but I want to have my relationship with brothers and sisters as well. Because your relationship with God is 24/7 already.
Yeah.
Right? And then going to church is just finding that additional inspiration. And then, because you're not only receiving inspiration from the pastors, you're receiving inspiration from the people around you,
Mhm.
because you don't know what they have went through in their week.
Yeah.
So once you know something about their week, it's kind of like comforting sometimes na, hindi lang pala ako yung nahihirapan. Sila din pala.
Sila din pala, ganito
Sila din
rin.
pala. So sometimes it's your chance to vent out, and then they would give you comfort. Because if you just like open up to your church leader, to your pastor, they'll be overwhelmed.
Mm.
They do not have the answers to all of your questions. Right? So if you relate with someone who is also working, nagtatrabaho din ako. Nahirapan ako sa katrabaho ko. Pangit ng trabaho ko.
Yeah.
Later on, you don't know that person that you're relating with church probably has a job opportunity for you.
Mm.
Diba? If you open up to your church leader, Reverend, I'm struggling with my job. Do you want to be a lecturer? Probably they'll say something like that, like your contribution to the church, which is nothing wrong. But you contribute to the church. What does the church contribute to you? Thank you. No, right? So, sorry, that was slightly controversial, but just being practical,
Mhm.
There's nothing wrong with trying to help out with the church. But in the same ways, principally speaking, it's a give and receive relationship.
Mhm.
Right? You give something to the church, you need to be receiving something in the church with it.
Mm.
So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that is perfectly justified way of thinking, because I remember I'm also a divine principle lecturer in chapter 1. I forgot what section it is. It talks about the whole and the individual. The individual must work for the whole, but most importantly, the whole must also work for the individual.
True.
If one need, for example, the whole only takes but doesn't give to the individual, it's not really a good type of relationship. And it's so saddening that even now there are these types of relationship in our movement. Another controversial thing in our movement, right? And the thing is, what Hainun wants to do is, based on True Father's words, is to make that principle which is we help each other as a community, not only in terms of faith but also in practicality, because Hainun has also sometimes walked in the way of faith and practicality, because we deal with behaviors, we talk to psychologists, we talk to therapists, and we don't want to go to that way too much, because we are still living in by the words of our true parents. So we want to walk in the middle of that, and that can only be achieved by us giving back to the community, and the community actually being better for our movement. And then if our movement got better, Hainun will become better as well. So I totally agree. Totally agree.
I just want to touch a little bit on that community part. I've been sharing this. I don't know how many viewers we are having, and I don't know if this would resonate with some people. For me, lately, I've been trying to dive into freelancing, let's just say. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
And I've joined several communities. So far, I've joined this one community, since we're on the topic of communities, right? So this one freelancing community, well, it's a paid community, and you have a membership. And these are a group of freelancers who are helping other freelancers fulfill their freelancing goals. So whenever they have questions about whatever in terms of freelancing, all these people in that Facebook community would answer your question without judgment. They would help you, give you advice, this and that. And these are complete strangers. Complete strangers. And I'm very surprised by how this community works. And I believe this is something that we could learn also as a church. I believe since it's based on like Christian teachings, where if you do something wrong, you'll be judged, or if you ask something stupid, you'll be judged, something like that. So I believe that in order for our faith or for our community to grow, there's nothing necessarily wrong with asking questions about your faith or seeking help from other members of the church, whether it could be emotional, spiritual, maybe sometimes financial, these type of things. But like as a person, paano ba? Like you need to learn how to be like a human being, like trying to empathize and interact with people, and like having these deeper sense of relationship with the members of the community. Because I also realized, I mentioned this before with some of the second generation. Why do you think we're close with each other? our only common base is true parents.
Mm.
But if there is no true parents, I don't think we can be friends. Right? So sometimes in that type of community, you need to find something something more than just like a certain common thing with one another. So in our church community, if there are people who are artists, who are dancers, who are musically inclined, or who are good in business, these people should come together
Mm.
and like create something that is worth something to be shared out there as a community. Then I believe that's the way our community will go. One problem is a lot of the members are shy. They don't want to put themselves out there so that our community would grow.
Mm.
I don't know if I was able to put that point across or share that point across, but I hope whoever is watching this, if you're a church member, you need to learn. You need to learn how to, hawakan ko na lang. You need to learn to put yourself out there so that people would know your talents or what are your problems or how could you improve yourself instead of just being inside the box.
Mm.
Just being with the things that you know, something like that. So anyway, so I just want to add on that. Sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off.
No. It's actually you made a really perfect point about the importance of community, right? And when we look,
Sorry, Tess. Are we heard? Hello?
Mahina. Okay, Vic.
Really? No bad? Hello, Tess. Okay, I'll try to speak louder then and put my mouth near the mic. Sorry.
Can we be heard? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Adjust my mic.
Okay.
Probably Satan doesn't want to speak.
Yeah, Satan preventing us to speak. But not swearing, but we can, but but yeah, actually that's a perfect point about the importance of a community, which is not only having this community based on faith, but also a community trying to actively help each other to grow, not only in terms of faith, but also in terms of really conquering the world. And True Father always says that unification is should conquer the world, etc., etc. But if we just are stuck in this box, how can we ever dream of conquering the world? So community plays a big part in that. And I guess another question is, can you share an example of a time when you had to make a tough decision that required both faith and practical thinking?
This is going to be very controversial.
Again, controversial spot. How about I switch out our mics? Okay, we're gonna switch.
Test. All right. So there's probably the microphone is a bit weak. So I'll just repeat the question, like how was I tested in terms of faith and practicality at the same time? This is gonna be a shocker probably for a lot of people, but it would be, the answer to that question would be accepting my partner. Yeah, because in terms of practicality, how to say, financially and logistically, practically, it's not really the best option. Because my partner, my wife, lives in Niigata in Japan. I live here in the Philippines. So if you were to go to Niigata when you travel to Japan, by bus, it would take you an 8-hour bus ride. If you take the Shinkansen, it would take you 2 hours at least. So imagine if we were to visit her family in Japan, we would travel from the airport to the Philippine airport, take a 4-hour flight to Japan, take probably a 1-hour bus ride to the bus station or the train station. If you take the bus, it's an 8-hour bus ride. If you take the train, it's a 2-hour ride. When you arrive in Niigata, it would take probably 30 minutes to 1 hour to something like that. So practicality, it's not easy.
It's not really that
Yeah,
easy,
and then financially also, it's not easy. Japan is not cheap. Yeah, and it really tested my faith also. I think a lot of people in the church, they think that when they receive their first match, it should work. But a lot of matchings really don't work out that well, because for our parents, if you reject, there's this notion that you'll go to hell, in the early days of the church. But I guess when you're trying to balance out faith and practicality in terms of matching and blessing, you really need to take into consideration the financial aspect, the logistical aspect. Now, probably some people are already judging me, so who are listening or probably hearing this now. So why did you accept your wife? This where the faith comes in. Um, Probably still not the practical thing, I would say, but there was a time when I attended a morning devotion and the topic was about sacrifice. So when you decide to love someone, even someone who's unlovable, I would say, or very difficult to love, you would need to make that sacrifice. So I decided to make that sacrifice, even though practically it did not really work out. I'm not saying I'm already perfect with the sacrifice thing. It's still an everyday process of trying to figure out or like picking your battle sometimes. Because sacrificing is not easy, right? Because sacrificing your life, sacrificing your time, sacrificing your money, sacrificing your effort, and sometimes hindi siya napapansin or they do not sometimes appreciate the things that you do. So you would ask yourself, this is where the test of faith comes in. Is it worth to sacrifice?
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it now that we're married and have a child, right? I guess a lot of couples would come to that question as well. Like, why am I even in this relationship? But like if you made that promise or made that thing that you would want to sacrifice, it's not just a 1 month thing, 1 month, 1 week thing, not a 1 day thing. It's gonna be for life, and it's gonna be still gonna be a learning process over time. So I'm still working on it. So yeah, that's probably the strongest example I would have is like trying to accept my wife because your faith will really be tested because you met each other because of faith, and practically speaking, like you're like really two different types of people. So how would you work, like find a ways to make it work? But anyway, still figuring it out. Yeah, that's the most honest I could get in terms of matching and blessing, guys. Yeah.
So a lot of maybe blessed children are watching us who are not yet matched or blessed or in the process of matching,
Mm.
and that's a really big gold nugget for you guys to really think about. Sorry, it's live. Forgive us. It's a really big gold nugget of wisdom that Kuya Victor just shared. When what I got from what you said is practicality has its limits. But when we talk about faith, it's limitless because faith comes with love. And like I'm of course you love your wife. And because you love your wife, you're sacrificing every day. You've been, as you said, a corporate slave. Still doing the best in the community, etc. But practicality, like everything else in this world, has like material limits. But faith has no limits. It's unlimited. It's infinite. So maybe what I got from that, I don't know if it's what the point that you're pushing in is when practicality stops, that's where faith kicks in. So I think that's one of the big gold nuggets that I'll take from in my life, pushing forward, having a wife. Anyway, she's here. She's listening in the studio. But anyway, um, I mean that's really beautiful, Kuya. And maybe this is we're gonna start wrapping things up, and we can explore more in our future podcast in the Philippines. Um, but maybe this is our last question. Okay, Victor, can you share some practical tips or strategies for listeners who want to incorporate more faith into their everyday decisions and also have that practicality in the back of their mind? Make make that choice that is both grounded in faith but also won't bite you in the ass in terms of practicality.
Uh, it would really apply to different types of people because I know some second gen who don't believe in God. But there are also second gen who probably don't believe in God, but they respect true parents enough that they probably want to receive the matching and blessing. But I guess in terms of faith, um, could you put your life in the hands of a being that you do not see, feel, or touch, right? This type of things. That's gonna be very difficult. I do not have like just one answer because it really depends on the family that you were raised in or how you were raised by your parents. But faith could be not just centered on the teachings of the divine principle. Probably you could learn something from Buddhism, you could learn something from Christianity. I guess faith is just a way of trying to make yourself a better person. Like trusting the process of being a better person and leaving this earth better when you arrived on this earth. Something like that. Because if you believe that you could make even just like the slightest bit of difference in this world while you're alive, I believe that's faith, even though you don't believe in God. Right? So in terms of practicality, so in order to achieve those goals, I'll go back to my point earlier. You need to make sacrifices. Right? So let's just say, for example, your goal is to receive the blessing. You need to make sacrifices. Like if you want to get a Japanese wife, learn Japanese. If you want to get a Korean wife, learn Korean. How to say? I noticed this also with a lot of blessed families that they're not close to their extended families who are like their cousins or aunties type of that. So in that's also part of like trying to understand your roots as a person. So for me growing up, I'm already 30 years old. I only know that my parents are members of the Unification Church. I never really got to properly know who my parents are because I've never been to my father's hometown. I've never been to my mother's hometown. So I just know them as Rafael Rabanyo and Pochin Yu, who met the church, met through parents, and got blessed and had us. So if you look at that from that perspective, they just met out of faith and not of practicality. So was I born out of faith or was I born out of love? You would question that, right? So yeah, I don't know what the point I'm trying to put across here, but yeah. So if you really want to deepen your faith, I guess you need to have a better understanding of yourself. So for me, I somehow understand myself properly as a person. I already kind of like know what my wants and things that I don't like, but digging deeper as a person, like my roots, I really don't know well. So if you really want to know who true parents are, who God is, you really need to go deep down to that root. As I've said earlier, the way our church is teaching about God is a God of suffering. So if you could relate to that suffering that God has went through for 6,000 years, then I guess you could already build that relationship with God. And then a lot of people who could relate with true parents could also probably relate to their suffering. And if you are fortunate enough, if you're one of those people who are lucky enough to go to those places, like I think in Korea it was the Sodemon prison, right? You I don't know why they would make a prison a museum, but when you visit that prison, like they still have the torture devices that they had for the people that were tortured in that prison. So you would feel all of that suffering, and then you would think, wow, true father had to go through this, you know. And then if you go to what you call Chongpadong, the first headquarters where true parents got married, when you enter true mother's room where she gave birth to the first few true children, even during the summer, the room felt really cold. So you would probably feel there's suffering in that room as well, you know. So that's why it's also important when you travel to these places where probably true parents or God has suffered. That's when you also build that relationship with heavenly parents and true parents. So, like as I mentioned earlier, I didn't have that relationship with my parents. I don't know what you know how parents always say they had to walk like 7 rivers, 10 mountains to get to a school. This type of things. You don't know those things, right? So yeah, with faith, if you want to develop your faith, you need to understand that with faith there's suffering, and then with that suffering comes love and overcoming, and then you try to you learn from those suffering, that from that love, and then practically probably how to say use that in your life. Diba? So I guess that's probably the best way for you to go your path, not just always complaining that you're suffering, not always complaining that you're not loved, or probably the world should be giving you more than what you deserve, right? But yeah, I guess that's my answer to that. I don't know if I answered the question, but and that I just went with whatever is running through my head.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
that's for me. Actually, for me, that was a perfect answer. Make sure to clip that. High noon. One thing that really struck my heart is like, as God, as we know it in the church, He is a God of suffering. But knowing that God is a God of suffering is not really that enough. We have to relate to that suffering. We have to relate why He suffered. It's because of love. And that's one of the most powerful things that maybe when relate to with God, not only a God of suffering, and also practically when we talk about families, like relating to the parents. So you mentioned like relating to the extended families and knowing who your parents are and knowing your extended families kind of lets you know more about yourself, right? And like what you said in the middle of your like answer, one of the best things that you could do in terms of having this faith is actually knowing yourself too, on what can you relate with this God of suffering or this God of humor, as you like to call him. So yeah, I think it's really beautiful. Make sure to clip that. It's a really beautiful, really beautiful answer. So thank you so much, Kuya Vic. And it's now at the end of our end of our session with Kuya Victor, walking with faith and practicality. I hope each and every one of you guys who are listening to the 24-hour podcast received so many wisdom and so many gold nuggets of knowledge that you can bring to in the whole part of your life. But before we like have a pause over here, do you have anything to promote? They do you have anything to promote, Kuya Vic?
Yeah, I guess if you have any feedback on anything that I've said today, I don't mind receiving some feedback. You could send me probably a message. Maybe they could add my Facebook link here somewhere below my profile. Although some feedback could be painful, but I don't mind. I guess that's the way you grow as a human being. I post reels on my Facebook page. If you don't mind, it's very weird content from time to time, but I like to entertain people as well with the content I'm posting. I also try to create a podcast from time to time. Even though, like I said, I'm a corporate slave, I try to make time creating some content. I have two videos that I have to edit actually. So hopefully it would come out. If you would search ketchup sessions, it's like the word ketchup, like the condiment. KETCHUP and sessions.
It's not the C, right?
It's not the C. So anyway, the reason why it's called catch up because it sounds like catch up. So it's just me like meeting with some friends, just talking and like sharing some life stories or whatsoever, just catching up. So that's why it's called catch up sessions. So there isn't really much content on there yet because I don't have much time to edit. But if you would like to volunteer to edit for free, maybe I don't know for free in the beginning, just like cut out the ums and us and just like the dead silence, and then I'll be in charge of like editing the reels. I can do that. So sometimes you just need some help. So this is me reaching out to the community. If you can spare me your time, and maybe you would be the next person in the next catch up sessions. All right. Yeah. If there are any blessed children who are probably watching this, my Facebook is always open for any messages. You could reach out. Maybe some parents who are struggling with their children receiving the blessing, I could give some advice as well. But at the end of the day, no matter what type of advice I would give, at the end of the day, you would need have to implement it in your own lives, but not to be pushy about it, right? Because even if you maybe if you push your children to receive the blessing, but if they're not happy with receiving the blessing, eventually they would still blame you, they would blame themselves, and you would not have a proper relationship with your kids. yeah. So with the kids, I know our parents have shortcomings and limitations. I also struggle with that. I'm 30 years old. I still struggle with my parents' limitations and all of that. But each and every day, I realize that I should try to still love my parents while they're still here on the earth. A lot of blessed children who are younger than me have already lost some of their parents, and I could somehow empathize with that. So try to treasure the time that you still have with your parents. They might not be perfect, but they try their best. Coming from a guy that has a 1 year old, yeah, it's really not easy. So yeah, um, yeah. Anyway, it's not easy. It's easy to say that you need to love your parents more, but for me, I'm still trying to like express that more to my parents. So please do that while you still have that time with your parents as well. That's probably something I would like to add. Yeah. Thank you for having me here, and hopefully there will be more podcasts where probably could share more controversial stuff. All right. What's gonna happen next? Should I give it back to you? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Kuya Vic. And that concludes our first session of the Philippine High Noon podcast 3 hour marathon. Yeah, thank you so much, Kuya Vic. If you're live in our Facebook, give hearts. And if you're live in our YouTube channel, give hearts. We're gonna take a 5 minute break and we'll be back with our next guest, our ever wonderful. I don't want to say because it's a surprise. So, guys, see you in a couple of minutes. Bye. And we are back with our state-of-the-art wireless mics that needs charging. Sorry, everyone, if there's sudden technical difficulties. And I would like to thank our sponsors, Macco, for for everything that they've done for sponsoring this podcast. Just kidding. But we're going to go straight to our next session, which talks about what High Noon really exemplifies, which is living a shadowless life. And our guest over here is one of my old friends in the movement, one of my oldest friends in the movement. Um, we used to work together in the youth department. He's very, how to say, passionate about the youth, and he is blessed with a very beautiful sister, and he is now, a very passionate person about the cause of High Noon. But without further ado, I'm gonna introduce you guys to Mr. Kuya Ravi Malaza.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ravi Malaza. Some people call me Kuya Ravi. Some say Ravi, but it's okay. I'm all good. Just be yourself and let's have a conversation. That's like what we are doing right now.
Yeah, one of the things that made me want to talk to Kuya Ravi in this podcast is because of our conversation that we had last Sunday, which is we talked about how amazing it is to live a life without shadows. But sometimes it's really difficult, in my experience in High Noon. It's really difficult to really take off those shadows because you have to deal with the things that are like shame, with guilt, with saving face, because a lot of people know you as this very good, very no,
Be
is
careful.
this
Be careful.
is this horizontal or vertical?
Horizontal.
A very good brother. But sometimes it's very difficult for us to say that we are actually hurting and wants help from the community. And that's what High Noon does. We want to help every person who are struggling. And one thing that I really want to talk with Kuya Ravi about is, how do you live a shadowless life?
Yeah, I guess living a shadowless life is a daily life that you don't have a secret with the relationship that you're having with. Example, with your wife, you don't have a secret relationship with your family. You don't have any secret or hidden guilt with the community that you're having with, and it's really a difficult and a bloodshed path for me in order to say that I am taking this path of shadowless life, and it's there's no end goal, I guess, for this kind of path, and it will be with you until the very last breath of you here in earth. And it's a journey that comes from within. It's our inside. Not everyone will say you that you have to walk a shadowless life, even though someone will say that you have to take this path. It will not be effective. It must come from yourself.
Yeah.
And the very first thing that I did was to recognize that there's a problem in me, and I have to identify that, and I have to find solution in it, and that's where the Hainun takes uh, in and maneuver my journey in this shadowless life, because I've read that quote that you must live a shadowless life like a high noon in the scriptures of True Father. And the part that where I read that, I didn't understand it clearly. But when High Noon comes here in the Philippines, I was able to grasp some golden nuggets of what what shadowless life is, and I decided to join the program.
It's one thing that I like to clarify about like High Noon.
Mm.
What you said is really perfect, because what Hainun wants to do is make people in our movement live a shadowless life. Many people think of Hainun as the porn guys. We are very known as the porn guys. Oh, you masturbate? Oh, you watch porn? Go to Hainun. But
Mhm.
actually, having this uh, no more use for porn, no more use for masturbation is actually a byproduct of living that shadowless life,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Like, some fat. Many people exercise because they want to lose fat, but actually, losing fat or losing weight is a byproduct of living a very healthy life. In the same way, Hainun wants every one of us to
Mm.
live a very healthy, um, a life without shadows. Very
Mm.
plain and simple. A life without shadows. But one thing that I really loved about what you said earlier, nobody can push you into wanting to change your lifestyle,
Yeah.
into having from a life that's full of shadows to a life that is free from shadows.
Mm.
Only yourself. You have to make a conscious decision.
Yeah.
And what do you think uh, pushes people to make that conscious decision?
Yep. So the very first thing that they will experience, I am speaking in behalf of my personal experience. Okay, so I'm not sure if everyone will relate on that, but the point that made me decide that I have to fix myself is because the stage that I am having right now, because I am now I have a wife,
Mm.
and having a wife is a new horizon or new sphere for me that I am dealing with. I didn't realize that it affects my wife,
Mm.
and I said to myself that this is not good. And some people say I said maybe it's too late to change myself, because I'm already 27 years old, and I have this PNM, the porn and masturbation, and having this wife, maybe it will totally affect her, and that's really what happened. And that's why I decided to come back, to start from zero, that I have to talk to myself, not the crazy one that I'm speaking to myself, but I have to retreat from different distractions from
Mm.
social media, from the community itself, from this community, our church community, and the corporate. So I realized that the reason why I'm having this PNM, because of my past experience, the past trauma,
Mm.
the childhood trauma that I had. And that's where the Hainun emphasized that porn and masturbation is not really your problem, but your old problem.
Mm.
And no, the porn and masturbation is a solution of your old problem.
Mm.
So there are youth and people that choose porn and masturbation to to be part as a solution of your old problem or your
Mhm.
old trauma or your child trauma.
Mhm.
And that's why I really love this community a lot, and decided to be here also as a speaker who attend the program, who weekly receive guidance from mentors, from our group leader, which is you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And one thing that I really find beautiful, although you said that we must make a conscious choice of really making a decision of I want to change my life right now. I want to
Mm.
be better. I want to live a life that is in line with what true parents want.
Mm.
But motivation actually is because of your wife.
I cannot. For me, it's I can tolerate that I can destroy myself,
Mm.
but destroying someone's lives, I cannot do that.
Wow.
I cannot do that because maybe understanding me requires understanding my background, where I came from, what kind of family that I had, and what I was telling about the childhood trauma that I have. I would like to to share to everyone, because I believe everyone has their own childhood trauma or something that prevents them to move forward. Maybe that's my shadow, because I was able to identify my shadow. The shadow that I had is started when I was in high school, and that's also the time that I discovered pornography and masturbation. Um, I was in the computer shop. No. The first thing was in the school.
Okay,
So the school, I'm not a very good student. Like, I do not excel a lot. And there, in every time I walk in the classroom, there is a blackboard, and beside the blackboard there is a class ranking. So the top one until the top 45.
45.
And guess what? Where was my name?
Third?
No, I was the 45th student on
Oh.
that one. So I don't feel the energy of going to school every day, because I was a bad student. I always got poor grades, and I lack of resources. I don't have money to buy some stuffs for the school, like bond paper or pen or anything that the teacher requires. I always have that efficient deficiency. There's no money on it, and that part, that experience build up until I finished the high school. And I didn't realize that, and it consumes a lot of my confidence, and I just want to be in my room. And that's and I felt that emotion, and I discovered the porn and masturbation. I browse up, then I watched the content. I did the masturbation, and I felt good. And wow, this is kind of feeling that I had. It empowers me. It makes me strong. Those negative emotions that I'm not good enough, this PNM serves me well. And it became part of myself until I got into college. Then that I was introduced by the church, and the church helped me a lot to be busy and to take away those PNM. But later on, so many things happened at the church. Then it came back. Then I got into that. I got into to the blessing. I was able to work with you. I had those PNM, and until I got into the marriage, and decided myself that the PNM will be now deleted in my file. But it came back again. So that's the reason why I really love this Hainu, because it really shows me who I am before, and what I need to do. So it's a long story, but I hope I will summarize it well. So
Yeah. And thank you for being so honest.
yeah, sure.
I mean, honestly, like a lot of a lot of people who goes into high noon also had similar stories. I mean, porn, like I like what you said about PNM is not you, but it's your childhood trauma, trauma from the past or anything. And I could really relate because I'm talking with my wife. I know she knows she is here. Talking with my wife, I got in into watching really go deep in PNM because of the childhood trauma that I experienced. For me, it isn't so much of a school thing, but it's more of a parental thing where I don't really feel the love for my parents, and my parents would, fight in front of me, kill each other in front of me. Sorry, mom. But they're cool now. But anyway, the thing is, I think one of the good thing that High Noon does is it allows us to go back to that root of our problem and enables us to fix it from the root core. Because if we just took away pornography and masturbation without addressing the root core, it'll always come back.
Yeah.
I always had the idea that, okay, when I do fundraising, my PNM will stop. It didn't.
That's what I thought also.
When I started to lecture, okay, my PNM will stop because I'll know the principle. It didn't. Okay, when I get matched, my PNM will stop. It didn't. So that was like for me. That was my breaking point of I need to make changes. And like what you said, actually, I really feel that we're similar because although I made the conscious choice of I want to change, I changed not because of I'll destroy myself, but I'll be destroying my relationship with my wife in the future. So that's one of the beautiful things that I've listened to you about is for us who really struggled with PNM, our like catalyst for change isn't just us. It's someone we love.
Yeah, that's true.
Ate niya na, ha?
Yeah. I think I would like to add on that one that we cannot destroy others, but we can tolerate to destroy ourselves because, I grew up in the church. My teenage years was almost for the church itself, and my growing is a survival of the fittest. You know how it plays here in the church that you have to survive on your own. That you have to fight, you have to consume a lot of guidance, hunduke, just to survive. And if you found out someone else leave the church, then fine. I'm just here by myself. I'm gonna grow. But that's what I realized that that's not good. If someone leaves, we don't care as long that we're good with our faith. Because when with time we have to accept someone that will be part of our life, and if we have that kind of mentality that I'm just gonna do by myself, I wanted to be happy by myself, I just want to do things that makes me happy by myself, and you didn't realize that your wife is hurting. So yeah, so that's what I can add on that one, that we cannot let others be destroyed by ourselves.
And one thing that I really want to add to what you said in the center life, survival of the fittest. When somebody leaves, I don't care. I'll just stand here on my own. It's a very old mindset for the
Yes.
wilderness era because it allowed soldiers, very tough soldiers, to be developed, but it doesn't allow for loving husbands to be developed. It doesn't allow for uh, loving wives to be trained into making a very good family. I'm not saying that those who come from those era are not really that good, but what I want to say is we could have done better. And I think High Noon comes into play right now in our movement in this era because High Noon really wants to change the culture.
Yes.
And it's not High Noon's culture, not America's culture, not Korea's culture, but it's through parents' culture of having no shadows.
Yeah, I think Hainun was the finest and simplest form of message of True Father, uh, and in reaching out to non-members. That's what I believe, because you cannot talk about Chong Shimon to the people on the streets, but if you talk about, hey, we are Hainun that helps people who have issues with porn and masturbation, they can relate on that. And later on we can introduce the teachings and to parents. But that's what I can say, that this is the finest and simplest form to reach out to the world.
And I totally agree. You did mention Chon Shimon, and actually, what I can see from my perspective, being both a person who loves Chon Shimon, never absents Chon Shimon, and a person that loves Hainun. Hainun and Chon Shimon are really like doing the same thing. When we look at Chon Shimon testimonies, where they go back to their past, saying that my mother always hurt me. I didn't love my husbands, but now I'm working myself so I can love him. Like they're addressing their past trauma.
No.
They're addressing it in a way which is spiritual, which is what also is Hainun doing. Hainun is doing. Hainun addresses the root cause of that trauma to remove those shadows. So Hainun and Chon Shimon is doing pretty much the same thing. But what I love more about Hainun is there's a sense of international communities to help you along the way. Because me myself, I could have never imagined me um, overcoming all of the PNM hole that I am in. But with community, especially Sammy, Uncle Dave, and Uncle Mitsue, sorry, Auntie Mitsue, they really helped me to really recover the lost essence of the original me. And I guess the next question with that that I should ask you is what at what moment did you say, I mean, is there any moment in your journey of really removing all the shadows that made you want to quit? And if so, you're here. What made you still continue, even though it's very difficult?
I have a dream like Martin Luther.
Martin Luther King.
No, I have a dream that I want to have a good family. Not that word good doesn't mean that you're really a good father. You have a nice house, you have nice things to have, but I want to have a family that I can bring down all of those teachings that I believe that it is helpful, and I want to take it out away those teachings that I think that it is not helpful. So in the end, it's a unified family, and that family will. I want to give them a freedom that I didn't have. I want them to give resources that I didn't have. And as a man, I wanted to provide to provide resources and provide security. And going back to PNM, I said to myself that I'm having this kind of issues, and I cannot let myself. I talk to myself that this is not me. This is not me. Like I do not. Ravi is not addicted to PNM. It is just an issue that needs to be solved, and there's a solution. And I met the High Noon on 2021, but I realized that when you are not ready, you're not ready. So I said to myself, this year 2024, I'm ready. I listed down all the distractions that I have. I listed down that I am currently taking a course, but I decided to rest on that one because I believe that Hainan is more important, and I decided to not join on different activities from my high school reunions. So all of those things I decided not to join because uh, I am really focused on the high noon. So again, that dream that I have keeps me sane throughout this journey. I wanted to have a good family, and I wanted to have kids where I can tell that you don't need to worry about us, your parents. Just do your thing. Do what makes you happy. If you want to travel, travel a lot. If you want to be a doctor, that's fine. But us, we cannot say what kind of profession that you will have. Just have to be crazy and search what life is, and get out of this room. And that's kind of family that I wanted to have. And yep, I guess that's answer your question.
Yeah, it definitely answers the question. What I got from that is, although having the path or taking all of these shadows is quite difficult,
Mm,
since you are connected, you have a very clear vision of what you want, which is having a good family.
mm,
No matter what distractions may come, you're still going on the straight path.
mm.
And that's like the concept of a North Star goal. If
Yeah,
I'm
I remember
looking
that.
at it, North Star goal. It sets your path toward somebody that you wanted to be, somebody that you're proud to be, or a goal that you always wanted to achieve, and that's a a good family. And so much from our movement that emphasizes us having a good family.
Yep.
But
So there's another
controversial.
controversy.
Sorry, guys.
You know the word but? You will feel there's something going on in that. So
Pero ganito kasi yun eh.
go on,
Makinig
go
kayo.
on. Go on.
Pero ganito kasi yun eh. Maraming problema na inaddress na ni true father, ni true parents. At marami na ring problema na inaddress na ni true mother dati pa. But still, people are stuck in their old ways.
Yep.
One example is
Controversies.
One example is like, we want to have a good family. But when people actually give up on their blessing, on their family, the church would offer prayers. Prayers. Yeah, the BFD offers counseling, and I love them for that. Offers to talk it out, to make it more successful. But we need to have professionals. We need to have counselors to address these issues. And there's this faith that we need to also address. Because there are some issues in our community that are kind of tinatago or just swept under the rug. And there are some leaders that address it. For example, one of the issues that we have that I really want to tackle is how can parents talk to their children about sex?
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Because if parents don't talk to their children about sex, the children will learn sex from the world.
Website. You
The
know the
website.
website?
The
The one
website.
that's black and the orange one. So you know how it works.
Yeah, you know it. But actually, there are really young leaders who are pushing to have these important conversations. I remember Sir Ronnie, which our guest later on, he wrote a thesis that's entitled Sex Talk. His masteral thesis in Chonshim Graduate School is called Sex Talk. How parents could talk to their children about sex in an American context. So we need more of those leaders. We need more of those people who would address these issues. And we, as the young generation, could be the starting point of that revolution.
Yeah. I guess right now, when people heard responsibilities, especially in our community, they are afraid of that one. And I think we have to understand why they are afraid of taking those positions. And it's gonna be a long walk for our community to address those issues. But I really believe that it will start, especially from the leadership of Jude. And I believe I'm looking forward on what Hainan will uncover in our community, because almost our community, 80%, I think most of us are members, and they do know through parents, and 20% they came from non-members. And we have to help each other. We have to help each other, and just stick on our North Star goal. What really wanted to achieve, what the Hainan wanted to achieve. Are we just achieving like numbers? Do we really need members a lot, or do we need efficient people? The people who really believe what Hainan is. Even though there's 100 people persecuting us, but that one person is really convicted on the teachings of Hainan, what Hainan can do. I believe we need those people. We really need those people.
Yeah. And it's not only High Noon, it's the movement.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But High Noon is kind of swimming in an upstream where our culture as Filipinos, also our culture in a movement, is like what I said, like sweeping things under the rug if some issues persist. But what Hainun wants is uncover those and actually fix those. Like what I like about what you said is we are now in an era where witnessing is needed, in an era where witnessing is very encouraged.
Mm.
But what you said is not only, you know, talk about numbers, get numbers, but also the quality.
Yeah.
And I think True Mother also has this idea because when he sent out these missionaries, international missionaries, especially in the Philippines, he sent out to proclaim the only begotten daughter and to target Christian people because Christian people are prepared, very high standard people, successful people. So right now we're in an era where we can proclaim the only begotten daughter while also having to get these how to say high quality Christian people,
Mm.
not just people that are you know, that can't do anything in the province.
Yeah.
Mhm. But that change really has to start in us,
You know,
diba?
yeah.
Diba lagi naman
I again, it will came back on my decision. Why do you want to why do you want to walk this shadowless life?
Mhm.
Why? And it all affects. It will be a ripple effect. It start on yourselves, start on your partner, starts on the community, it starts on the society and nation in the world. But
Mhm.
still we are on I am on myself and my wife, but the community is not yet there. So I'm still working on it.
Mm. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Then another question comes into my mind about, you know, you living or wanting to have a high noon life which casts no shadows.
Mm.
How, I mean, a lot of people who are listening here maybe have an idea of what a program is, have an idea about what high noon can offer, but what does it take to really be committed to have that shadowless life? Because, you know, starting programs here in the Philippines, from my experience, a lot of Filipinos go, but they also don't complete the program,
Yeah.
commit and then not commit, etc.,
Mm.
etc. So, I mean, looking at you, you're one of the most active members in our group. What does it take for you, or honestly, what does it take? Yeah. Why do you have such a strong commitment?
Yep. So I already said that I don't want to destroy my wife, but one thing is that I am the reason why I'm active because I have a accountability partner. Uh, what I said about accountability partner, this person reminds me to attend the program. You know, if she noticed that every Friday 8 p.m. that I am not in the Zoom meeting, she will notify me, she will scold me, and that was my wife. So she is my accountability partner to remind me that I have to attend the High Noon program. That's
Mm,
one thing. And the second thing is I am aware of the program itself. So the meaning of being aware is I put on my calendar. So every time 8 p.m. rings, the calendar will tell me that I have an high noon program. So that's the second one. The last is the consistency. Consistency is important. And the sad part is I was not able to learn this earlier about being consistent. And it takes away all of those uh, things that you said, I am great, I can do this. All of those arrogant will take those away if you don't have consistency.
mm,
So being consistent and believing on yourself that you will be better, you
mm,
will have a development. So I guess that what keeps me staying in the program, not being late. I guess I was late once, uh, that what keeps me on the page of the high noon. I have accountability partner. I put it on my calendar, and consistency.
Mm.
So I read a lot as well. So I read about the changing your habits. So a lot of, and then a lot of learning who who am I, what how the brain works. So I read a lot of that. So
Mm.
that what keeps me being on the high note.
That's actually amazing, because what I heard is you not only rely on something spiritual or something like inspiration,
Mm.
but you also have this system that reminds you.
Yes, I did, because when I was in active in church, I am not really the one you will see that devoted child of God, you know, that doing a lot of rituals, was prayers. I am the 50-50 guy, and I do a lot of sarcasm, and people do not understand me very well if I'm serious or not. And I guess that what really I am, and I try to be balanced. When there's a spiritual factor, there's a practicality that you've talked about a while ago. So that's what me, and the principle says that science and religion must unite.
Yeah, a
So
Jew.
why don't we do those things on ourselves also? You take some spiritual food, you take some
Mm.
uh, clinical and psychological based research on the personal development.
Yeah, and yeah, it really is based on principle. And like what I mentioned earlier with Kuya Victor, is what Hainun's approach is actually very practical, but also based on faith, where we
Mm.
walk in the middle line, where we use faith and also practicality, which
Mm.
really, man is not only a physical being, but also a spiritual being.
Mm.
So we should do both approach.
Yes,
Diba?
ma'am. Yes, sir.
So that really is one of the nuggets, golden
Yeah,
nuggets.
sometimes when I walk in the church or meeting some people outside, I'm really amazed if heard that he is 100% committed to the church. All of those things that he said came from the church indictment or uh, teachings. This is wrong. This is correct. So I'm really amazed on how they played on that part, because for me, when I see some happenings or teachings, I always have a reference of our teachings and reference of scientific as well.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's what I can add.
And yeah, and what's amazing about our teachings is the divine principle does not go or does not contradict science, but it goes well with science.
Mm.
So that's one of the things that makes the divine principle really great. And that's one of the things that we should adopt in living a life without shadows.
Yes,
Mm.
sir.
You mentioned having your wife as a accountability partner.
Yes.
You've spoken with Benji, right?
Yeah, I did. I
I
did.
mean, a lot of people don't notice or don't know this fact, but can you share with the people who are watching what you shared with me before?
So I hope I can share what I've said on that time. But I spoke with Benji, and the reason why I spoke to Benji because I've chosen him as my mentor because 2021 I was not able to perform well together with him as a accountability. I mean a group leader. So I decided to choose him again. And I said to Benji that confessed to my wife that I had a PNM issues, and she really break down on that time and disappointed and wanted to leave me or do not want to talk with me for a couple of days. But that's what I said to Benji, and Benji said that the reason why you're why me I did not cry 100%, but teary eye, I guess.
10%.
Yeah, 10%. So the reasons Benji said that the reason why your wife reacts like that when you confess because she didn't understand how men played with the PNM. And the reason why she cried because she cannot give you the 100% support because because she cannot relate on how she didn't know what to do in order to solve the PNM.
Mm.
And I understand that respectfully, that I need some men, you know. That's why Benji said that I have to seek brothers, the band of brothers. So what happened is I reach out to my contact list and check out those wise brothers that I have. Uh, in the church, I have few people, but they're now busy and have families. And my high school friends, I was able to meet them. College friend,
Mm.
I was able to meet them, and it goes on for about a month. Every weekend, I walk out away from my wife. So not because I she's mad with me or I'm mad at her, but decided to be with them. And what I realized that you need the people that can help you to develop your masculinity part, and the same time that can develop your connections on people, because I've lost that after left the church. Being a missionary, I was able to walk on my own, to do things on my own. Then coming back to the activities that I had, I was able to talk about life. And the summary is I don't have friends, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have male friends that I
Ah,
can talk
okay.
about. So we need those people, you know. Hey, hey Jude, let's go out, let's catch up about things that what we had during this week. And it really feels good on having that kind of band of brothers. We went on the we had a ride, motorcycle ride, and be with nature for a while. And it feels good, and there's a magical power on having a band of wise brothers, and really helps you a lot. And I really encourage those people, especially those guy who didn't have a male brothers or male friends, to go out and seek them, because it will give you a different perspective. Because me, I do have a lot of girls friends. So no, so my elder sister in the church, they are girls.
Yeah, I noticed.
So so there's a different perspective on that. And in our community, please go out and be with guys, and it will help you a lot on your personality, how men talks about this kind of topic, because girls will talk about different kind of topics. So it's fun, and
Mm.
it really helped me as a man.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I really agree on that because when we have community, that's where our healing starts.
Mm.
That's where we get to build ourselves.
Mm.
So when you put, I mean, if you there's an experiment, if you put a child, if you isolate a child, that's where trauma comes.
Mm.
But there's where the shadows are getting built. But when a child
Mm.
is very welcomed in a community, then there's love, then there's growth, and there's like in your experience there's masculinity, there's the
Mm.
band of brothers
Yep.
that you're talking about. And I think it boils down to what Andrew has always said to me: addiction grows in isolation
Yeah,
but
indeed.
dies in community.
Mm.
And I think we need more communities like this in our movement, and High Noon is very open for that.
Mm.
So we I guess we're gonna wrap up, but as a last question, there are many viewers here. I'm not sure how many, but
I guess 1,000 viewers right now.
3 million.
I see it,
Huh,
1,000.
1,444. Anyway, oh, that's the time limit. Okay, what do you have? What final words do you want to say to our viewers who wants to live a life that is free from shadows?
Yeah, to my viewers, oh sorry, but to the viewers of High Noon, you cannot do it to yourself. You cannot be selfish and walk on your own path. You need help, like people who will not judge you when you say, oops, I have slipped, I did porn and masturbation. You will not feel that you are being judged. And you need a special place to be vulnerable again, because I know, and we know, that we are all pretending that we are fine. I know, and we know that we are all pretending that we are fine and we're gonna be better once we have a wife, or maybe once we have a sexual activities. All of this addiction of porn and masturbation will gone. But the reality is, it is not. It affects your sexual lifestyle. It affects your sex experience with your partner, with your wife, and it's sad and brutal, because you question yourself again. You will be back on the state that, am I really good enough, or am I am am I really the problem? So there's a lot of question on that. And again, I am speaking on my personal experience that I have now a wife. And if you are still addicted or on this part, you have to seek help, my friend. You have to seek help. And High Noon will be a good platform for that. If you are preserving your purity, you're not still in the sexual activity, you still need High Noon, because you're restricting yourself to engage in sexual activity, but that thing will not help.
Yeah, definitely.
You're restricting, you're putting limits, but you cannot understand why you do have that kind of sexual urges. And reaching out to High Noon will be a better platform for you to understand, because that energy that we have,
Energy that we have.
yeah, the energy that we have is so powerful and magical,
Yeah.
because it gives you creativity.
Yes.
Creativity to do jogging, to create arts, to paint. But the in outside world, when they do have that kind of uh energy, they go in the bottom, or the bad part, which is the PNM. Instead, that energy must be used wisely for those single persons or didn't have uh experiences on sexual activities. So it's kind of a topic that we have to unravel on different talks.
Yep.
But uh that's what I can say. Please reach out. And we have Jude here. We have the High Noon. And this is a taboo topic. And we have to normalize it here in our community. I cannot let my child someday to discover the sex in the porn websites. I have to be the first one to say, this is the reason why you're here in the world. And the content that you're seeing, that is not the thing that we do. It's totally different.
Totally different.
When you see the porn and when you do the your own thing with your wife, it's totally different. Okay, so I can talk a lot of it, but that's the time that they giving me. I'm not the expert one, or I did not took any teachings or degree about these topics, but it's a personal framework experience that I have. So please reach out, and if you do not have a and this kind of issue, then you're good on it. You're lucky. But if you have, please reach out. So yeah.
Yeah. That's a very, very good final words. If you guys are struggling, please reach out. We are full of programs 24/7. And do you have anything to promote or say?
Yeah, I want to promote Hainun.
Okay.
The only thing that I can promote right now is High Noon and reach out to Jude because this program's gonna be phenomenal here in the Philippines. I heard that we had a news in Bohol, uh, and it's gonna be in Antipolo here in Quezon City. But yeah, the High Noon.
Yes. Thank you so much, Hero AV, and thank you guys for listening. Let's give a big hand to our brother, Hero AV.
Yeah, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
We're gonna take a quick break before we go to our next session. But before you go, leave a heart or reaction or comment. Thank you, Ravi, on our Facebook page or in our YouTube page or whatever it's streaming.
Yeah.
So,
Shout out.
shout out.
I want to give a shout out to my wife. I know that she is watching right now, and I'm gonna be home soon. So just wait.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time of your day, sacrificing the supposedly time for your wife to
Mm,
coming here. And
yeah.
is it worth it?
It is really worth it, you know. It is cannot be paid by money. So
Okay.
I love it.
So no more. I don't want to. I'm not gonna
Oh,
say.
there's a compensation in here. So I didn't know that. I guess I should prepare a bigger wallet because I have a small wallet in there. So yeah.
Just kidding. So anyway, guys, thank you for listening, and we have one more session with our very dynamic leader, Sir Ronnie. We're gonna talk about revolution. So we're gonna take a short break, and thank you guys for listening.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Grabe, ang bibigat nun, Jude, ah.
We're back, everybody. Thank you for waiting patiently. And we do have one of the biggest treat that you'll have to this day. I actually have to put on my extra special jacket for our guest because wearing a Hawaiian shirt isn't enough for our guests. So actually, our next guest is one of the leaders I love so much. And hindi lang dahil he gets me, but also because he's such an inspiration. I watched the AJ testimonies. And he is actually the president of IAYSP for the whole Asia Pacific. Let me just introduce our next guest, President Ronnie. Woo!
Ayun. Yes, good afternoon to all the listeners and watchers of our Hainon special podcast. 24 hours, no? Special podcast.
Yes.
And I'm so happy when I heard that one because wisdom never sleeps talaga.
Aju.
Okay. And Jude, congratulations on the 9th anniversary of Hainon. And of course, this congratulation I would like to extend to Uncle David and Auntie Mitsue, and of course to Andrew, Sammy, and Bench, and to the rest of the team of High Noon in different parts of the world. Congratulations, salute your 9 years of efforts and educating members and non-members about absolute sex. I love that sex. I love the sound.
And we would like to also thank you, sir, because I know you really have a really busy schedule and you've been working so hard over this weekend, and really like to thank you for taking the time out of your day, out of you could be spending the time with your two beautiful daughters and your very beautiful wife, but you're staying here with us with a very big host. So thank you so much for giving us this time to really talk about what matters, which is, about the youth revolution, which is our subject for today. And now, not a lot of people know, which I only know yesterday, one of the top things that I love about Sir Ronnie, because he talks about absolute sex, purity, much like True Father has. I remember one story. I remember from one story of True Father when he was in America. There was this second generation who was translating for True Father. And True Father was talking about sex, talking about love. And the translator wouldn't translate it. He was like, True Father was like, come on, translate it. And the translator was like, starting family? Which is, True Father really wants to talk about openly about how beautiful absolute sex is, how beautiful our culture is with purity. And looking at your CV, which I looked at yesterday, your thesis actually talks about sex, which is how parents could talk about their children about sex. And I think that's one of the things that High Noon needed as a foundation for it to have such a big international community, because not a lot of parents know how to talk about their children about, sex. But anyway, I would like to thank you for building that foundation for High Noon. And also, I've met you, Sir Ronnie. I mean, not really met, but I've seen you for the first time when I was in a 40-day workshop in 2018. Yes, 2018. And that was in IPLC. And what I got from your testimony is you are so filled with passion. Passion that's burning red hot. And can I just start off this kind of podcast or talk with, where does that passion come from?
Thank you so much. It's a very big introduction on me, which reminds me about my age. I don't know if I can consider myself youth after this one, but thank you so much for all those very good one. where does the passion came from? That's good. From my life, siguro, because talking about absolute sex, talking about communication, everything, it echoes my life story. For those of you who might heard my recent podcast, you would know that I came from a very necessitous area in Manila. And then from there, I've been a victim of no communication at all, And I remember, if there is Hainon at that time, if I could meet Hainon at that time, then I would have been saved from committing mistakes. I would have been saved from making immature decision, unprepared decision, which eventually destroy my ideals, destroy myself. So I kind of saying thank you to that one because I strive to become better. Then, from that position to become a person right now, being able, from a victim to become one of the doctor, from one of the patient to become one of the doctor, it's a great transformation that I could receive. I'm a typical Filipino boy, where vices is everywhere, sins is everywhere. When you just go out of your house, sin is waving at you. Vices is embracing you. I came from that environment since I came from a slum area in Manila. And so how God, through parents, or how did my mentors pull me out of that situation, pull me out of that life without direction, without purpose, a life of vices, to become a person who can inspire other people. That's why the passion is really coming out, especially when I'm talking to young people. Because I felt like I owe it to the young people. How did God pull me from that situation? How did my mentor teach me and mentor me to go out of that situation? I felt like I needed to pay it forward by doing it with other young people. So when we are talking about young people who are crying because of mistake, mentoring them or supporting them to change their life is a life commitment. It became an advocacy, and it became my life passion.
So in a way, it's kind of what I got from there is your flame of passion got bigger as you help people get their passion as well. So what I got, the image in my mind is you share your flame with other young people, and they in turn give you your flame, which drives your passion to be a lot bigger. So that really is a really big, important thing in our community, because looking at young people today, not only in outside, in the society, but also in our movement, that they're very passionate when it comes to you. They're very passionate in their early days. But as they go older with the disappointments, with all of the negative things, they somehow lose that passion. And it's the reality. But I think what makes you different, sir, and us here who has this big passion is we want to share our passion with other people. We want to make other people's flame of passion burn hotter, and in turn our flame in our heart burns greater. So ayun pala yung secret po, sir. Para mas lumakas yung flame.
Okay, let me get that one. Talking about burning passion, I came across this one person, a successful businessman. He is not my mentor, but his word resonate with me a lot. He told me that when you are on fire, when you are burning on fire, people stop to look at you. People stop to look at you. So keep burning, And then people, those who are looking at first, then they tend to, somehow be inspired of you, and then they want to burn, even more than what you are doing. So I felt like meeting this kind of person in my life, it really helps me like, oh yeah, then I might as well burn more, you know. Although I am on fire right now, let us burn, 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 ganon. Para akong phoenix, di ba? So, sige lang. When you are inspired to burn, let's all burn together positively for the greater good. That's one thing. And then second thing about burning passion, or introduce ko na rin, if you go in my Facebook page, I've been reading a lot of books. And then, I do not know if you can see, I came across this book. Hindi ko alam kung may, marami natin doon.
We'll flash it later.
But it's a Korean book, which says, Edora, no higa, napungyan. Yeah, it means, youth, you are not bad. This talks about a Japanese professor who were teaching night shift. You know the night shift, right? In the Philippines. Those were the working student, or those were the, that one. So what he did was, his philosophy was that, when we are looking at young people, although yung iba sa kanila na pariwara, they are in bad shape, ang sabi niya, it's not their fault. It's the fault of the adult. Young people are like seeds that can bloom. If you properly, you know, diligan mo sila properly, you feed them properly, then they can bloom into a good flower, whether they are, when you found them, they are bad seed or good seed. And I kind of resonate with this one. And I think with Hainun as well, that you don't judge people because they commit mistake. You don't judge a people because they are not virgin anymore. You don't judge people because they, you know, they are not as pure as the ideal world hope they could be. Instead, you are helping them. So whenever I came across this book, I do not know if we have it in English or in Japanese. When I read this one, I was in tears because it tells the encounter of that Professor Mizutani to that mga tambay doon sa isang street, on the Black Street of Japan. And it narrates how he changed the life of those young people. And I want to become that professor in my lifetime somehow, to help many young people who are on that dark age of their life. So yun, because of books, because of the people I meet, and the wisdom that I could receive, the passion burns, keep on burning. Kaya siguro hindi nawawala. So maybe do not stop developing. Do not stop searching, becoming hunger and thirsty for wisdom, for meeting the right people, reading the right book, and going to the right places. You will maintain that passion. My secret.
So that's the secret, everybody. And I think your dream, you're doing it kind of right now, leading the whole youth of the Asia Pacific. And it's like when there's this big flame and some fly comes to it, it gets burned up by the heat himself. So you inspire passion, this burning passion toward other young people, but also making your flame burn, hotter. But what I also got from you sharing the book, Sir Ronnie, is the youth are not really bad, but they are victims of circumstances. And I think as what we promote in Hainun is always grace. Grace is something that I always remember this from, because before, when I went to Hainun, I thought that I was the most evil person. I've done a lot of stuff in my life that I'm not proud of, and and that's, you can check out another podcast for that. But when I came to Hainun, I was filled with a community. It's like one teacher, like in your book, has changed so many lives of the youth. But imagine a community with those people accepting and not judging the youth for their problems, but actually helping them, for them to become the people that could change the future. And that's honestly easier said than done. And that gives me back, or that puts me back to my other question, which is, in a culture where our aim is to challenge conventional norms, because in our society, maintaining purity is like a second thought. Parang, hindi na uso yan, wag na. ay, hindi ka na virgin, ay, okay lang, kaya na, asawa na tayo. But true mother actually challenge us to become pure water. How can young people resist external influences in a culture that promotes the opposite?
The best. Thank you so much. Just this morning, before coming here, that's why I'm late. I was in Bulacan, a 2-hour drive from here. I gave a lecture about becoming the owners of um, culture of heart through service. That was my topic. And we came across that whenever we give our service, it's a Christian youth action for nation building. We are dealing not just with our youth of the whole Heavenly Parents Holy Community, but other Christian denominations coming together to offer service. I gave a lecture and then I emphasized that whenever we offer our service project, it does not stop only on rendering the service, but there is like a lecture, and then I emphasize to them learning Hyojong and pure love as the root of the success of individual. Because I felt like, as I said, sins are everywhere. It's so easy to succumb to sinful lifestyle or fallen lifestyle. But we have to know that we have a choice. And what I would like about group such as the High Noon and the Pure Love movement that we are looking at, we are giving people an option. Because nowadays, when people values their own freedom, we cannot offer to them, we cannot force them to make a utopia, that all people can practice this one. There are many fishes in the sea and there are many opportunities. So I am telling our young people to please look on the culture. What does the culture affect on you? How do they affect on you? For example, the culture of having boyfriends or girlfriends outside, 2 boyfriends or 3 girlfriends at the same time. Because, first generation, when boys gather together, they're talking about, how many boyfriends are you? I have 3. I have 2, that one. Last night, what are your body count? Like those,
body counts.
like those kind of conversations. But if we are to evaluate this culture, how does this culture affects me? Will it help me to become a better person, regardless whether I'm a second generation or first generation? Will this culture helps me to fulfill my dream or my goals in life? Then I think you have to step back a little bit and try to look on the bigger picture, not just as part of the moment. Because, in peers, outside peers are telling, taste this. Alak, ganon. You just have to taste this one. It's a spark of the moment. But you have to step back, 2 step. Yeah, and then look on the bigger picture. This kind of situation, how will this affect my growing as a person? My growing as a career man or career woman? And my way of fulfilling my dreams in life. And as I said, what we can offer to them is an option. And we are hoping, praying actually that they choose this one. Especially, looking at the High Noon, the workshops that you are offering, and then the teachings of the Pure Love. But in the end, it's really them. It's their life. It's their journey. We cannot drag them and then force them to do this one. But they really have to choose one. But at the same time, what High Noon or similar groups have to do was that give them a consensus or responsible decision that we have to educate them. If you choose this one, this is what will happen. You will be happy, sexually happy for 5 minutes, 3 minutes, then what will happen after? Whereas if you choose this one, what will happen after? Then you have to choose. At least we have to let them know that if you choose this A, this is what will happen in the future. If you choose this B, this is what will happen in the future. And that's our responsibility. Their responsibility is to open the door, go inside the dark room, and hopefully they can go out, to the other door, into the light. Ganun. That's all. That's how we can somehow counter the current or the conventional
conventional thinking.
practices that rampant in the society nowadays.
I think that kind of way really not only educates the people that we want to help, but also educates us as people who are representative of our true parents. Because it's like, God has given us a very good choice, but the world gave us this choice that might kill us. And God, I think in my mind, is praying, my son, please choose this. I made this for you, etc., etc. And that kind of thing, the way you explained it, sir, is like us being in the place of Heavenly Parent. It not only educates the young people on they have a choice, but also educate us on we have to do everything that we can to save them. And I think that's very beautiful. I think the like education really is not only one way, but for an education to be really powerful, it has to be give and take, where you learn from your students and the students learn from you. And same thing with like going back to the passion talk. You give this passion to your students, and the students get fired up because of you, and that's really great. And what Hainun does is we we would always call ourselves, oh, we're like the toilet cleaners of our movement. No, not really toilet cleaners, but we're like the cleaners, because people make mistakes. It's in our human nature, but that's not an excuse for us to do bad things. People make mistakes, but they have to know that there is a way to redeem yourself. I, speaking as a first generation, have not always been the cleanest. But what High Noon and specifically that movement has done is they said that no matter what your sin is, no matter how bad you think you are, God loves you. And this is what High Noon does. It allows us a way to go back to Heavenly Parent. Because one of the concepts that I really learned in High Noon is purity is a state of you wanting to go back to Heavenly Parent, you wanting to go back to the original self. And if a person can say, oh, virgin pa ako, pero mahilig ako manood ng mga videos sa internet, mahilig ako maganyan, ganyan, ganyan, we can't really consider him or her pure. But if a person made a mistake but wants to return to God, having this total heart of repentance, I think po, that's also considered reclaiming your purity, reclaiming your lost essence that was given to you by God. And talking on that, how would you give those young people who did make mistakes or who went the wrong way, how can we as a movement enrich a culture that welcomes them like True Mother welcomes us in her hands, in her bosom?
Wow, very good question. If I am to tell you my secret, we need another 2 hours here.
Oh.
It's one lecture. But whenever I came across different types of young people who commit mistake, or people who are perfect, I would always go back to the divine principle. The divine principle teaches us different, practically 3 hearts of heavenly parents. One is the heart of joy at the time of creation,
Yes.
the joyful heart of heavenly parents. The time is the sorrowful heart at the time of the fall. And then the third is the redemptive heart, the God of restoration who would want, to go back his children. And then I would always go back to these 3, that's the divine principle shared to us. And then here comes your people or young people. Then, so let's go to that context. Young people who commit mistake, let's say the fall, or second generation who commit the fall. Then I would go back to that one. If God, the joyful God at the time of creation, what does he wants to say with this second generation who commit mistake? May likely that's rage, This is the ideal. Why did you do that? That one. Next, the sorrowful heart of God at the time of the fall. What does this God wants to say to the second generation who commit mistake. You know? Then painful. It's like that God was telling, why? Kulang ba? Divine principle is not enough. I gave you your parents. I gave you many second generation friends. I gave you elder second generation to guide you. Why did you fall? Nakulang ba? Aray, sakit. Yun. And then, let's go to the third one. The God of redemption, the redemptive heart of heavenly parents. What does this God wants to tell that second generation who commit mistake? Come back. Right? Holy Song number 31. Oh, my child, come home again. How I beg you to come home. And so, whenever I came across, even in my sermon and everything, whenever I prepare or for a consultation, I would go back. Heavenly parents today, what kind of heavenly parents I will meet? What do you want this person or this second generation to meet? Prior to that consultation, I've been praying a lot. Will I carry and convey the redemptive heart of heavenly parents? Will I convey the sorrowful heart of heavenly parents to this person? Will I convey the rage of God in the creation? You know, this is the ideal. Why did you do that? That one. So, it's a case-to-case basis. There is not a one path fits all. You have to look on that people, whether he is already repentful. You don't need to kill, twice a person who's already repenting so much to the point that he really judged himself. You don't want to do that. God do not want to do that.
Yes.
Heavenly parents do not want to do that. But when you came across a second generation who is not repentful after doing that one, then you should know what to do.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm sorry I could not answer directly your question, but this is how at least what I did when I faced this kind of situation.
And I think, and thank you for that, sir, for that very spot on answer, because many of, especially the youth, come from different backgrounds and different paths in their life. And they do need to, there's no magic bullet, there's no magic answer that says everything is complete, especially even in psychology and counseling. Many different approaches to cure different types of mental illnesses. And I think the important thing that I got from that is always have the heart of God inside you. And that will always point to the person you are counseling to the right direction. And to the people, that's another secret.
From the divine principle, that's not from me.
From
And
the
I learned it from my mentors and lecturers.
Yes, so we should review the divine principle. And I think also looking at through mother, she always emphasized that her heart now is like going through a sandstorm looking for that small pin. We as members should have this heart of our true mother that still, even though the people who make mistakes, people who are kind of lost, we should still find them, even going through the dangerous sandstorm, just to find them, even though it's hard, even though we cannot sleep. But if we have this heart, I think we could really have more people, not only in our church, but have this community to connect with. And I think that's another beautiful nugget of information.
That's good. Thank you so much.
And we have met again for the second time in Asia, in Korea, where you really strongly advocated for mental health. And given the challenges that many young people face in this area, which is in Chonshimon, every day, many young people really have problems in the area of mental health. Do you believe that openly communicating with parents can significantly help with them? And if it does help with them, how can a young person open up toward a parent that is not so easy to open up to?
Thank you so much. There's many elements in that question. First, let's talk about mental state, mental problem, mental challenges, I should say. That's, if not the biggest problem or challenge of nowadays, then one of the big challenge. In my podcast before, you would remember that I said, young people, do not be afraid to face the adversities of life because there we will grow. But, okay, but, laking bat ng but, nanginginig pa, but, yun. Be sure that you have enough mental strength and physical strength to face the adversity. That one. And I felt like we have to educate our people, our young people, empower them so that they could find enough strength to deal with the different stresses and anxieties in life. Because it's given eh. You cannot tell them that you are perfect every day because the world will condemn them for sure. But what else we can do is to empower them in a way that they can find within them becoming a self-propelled engine. You know, that they could find within them the enough strength, the enough engine, the enough inspiration so that they can deal with their stresses or anxieties in life. Let's go to the next element, talking about parent and child education or communication. And na-mention mo, after my CVs, it's my, maganda kasi my love for wisdom and religion goes hand in hand. You know, you introduced me, I graduated Bachelor of Philosophy in university and my master's degree is in theology. So, napaka-close no, di ba? Philosophy and theology. And my thesis is about sex talk, you know, parent and child communication in the American context. And in that one, it's very, 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 very important, the role of communication for the success of young people and success of becoming a parent. And what I am happy with Hainon was that you tend to address everything. You know, you tend to address ICP, individual, you know, how you talk about sexual integrity, empowering individuals or youth or young people. ICP, C is for couple. And I'm so happy because not just you are addressing the individual concern, but even the concern of the couples. Manse to, you know, who make the Hainon to be that one. Lastly, the P, parenting. Even the parenting, you know, Hainon is addressing this one. And I'm so happy because the focus of my attention is really on this part. It's really empowering young people about absolute sex. Father said, nowadays in the current era, the biggest problem of the world is the sinful sex. So that's why we have to restore that one and make it into absolute sex. That's why we are so passionate on this one, because the passion came from True Father himself as well. That, you know, we inherit. You know, I felt like I am a living legacy to the leader of the band. And that's True Father, you know. We are the living legacy of the passion, the advocacy, and the teaching, the heavenly truth that True Father bring to the rest of the world. One of that is the absolute sex. And I came across this one. I just want to show once again. Okay, I do not know if you can see, but later they can see this bigger. This is actually a book, book na naman tayo, that I use when I am writing my thesis, and I am so inspired. 10 times I've been writing it back in cover to cover. This is a Christian author whose name is Barrett Johnson. The title of the book is The Talks, A Parent's Guide to Critical Conversations about Sex, Dating, and Other Unmentionables. What's good with our church was that they empower us to have an open mind. It's not just a divine principle. There are many Christians book and Christian pastors out there who have who authored very good books, such as this one. And I'm so happy because one of the key figures that I had this one was that there is this one girl that pastor interviewed, and that the girl said, I hope that my father protected me when I was a teenager from committing that mistake that I am now regretting in every day of my life. You know? And it's a wake-up call for me, although at that time I still do not have a daughter, but I too a product of my own mistakes, you know. I am a product of my own stupid, immature mistake that I hope if I have a father at that time, or if I have a good communication with my mother at that time, or if there is Hainun who will empower me at that time, then I would have been saved. Then perhaps when I met the principal, or when I met through parents, then I would be more cleaner, or more purer, or more good water. But I was not, you know. And it's good. They said there are different factors, not this one, but my thesis said there are different factors why there is a problem in communication between parent and child on the context of sex talk, or absolute talk about absolute sex. One thing that I can share was that because of a shame. Yeah, they felt ashamed that they might be misunderstood. For example, if I am a father and I have a daughter, you know, if I attempt to talk to my daughter about this one, she might misunderstood it that I want to have sex with that person, I have to want a relationship with her. You know, that this kind of feeling of shame blocks them, hinders them from talking to their children about this one. Another thing is the age gap, because you do not know how to open the communication.
Yes.
You know, when you are a 36 father, a 50-year-old father talking to your 17-year-old son or daughter, then you do not know how to open that one, because there's different in terms of not just the age, but you know the society that they are living in, the generations, that one. So that one also, and the difference into sex, you know, a gender rather, I should say. You are a man, you are my daughter, I am your father. If we talk like this, then you know we might misunderstood. There are things like this that really hinders the parent and child to really open a conversation about this one. However, no matter how hard it is, the book says that we have to do. If we really want to save our children, we have to do. If you do not want another Ronnie, another Jude, or another that person who's regretting their past mistake, you have to do. You know, there are no excuses on that one. You have to talk to them about bees and, you know, honeys. You have to talk to them about opening the porn website, you know, about other people are doing it, but you should not follow. And I felt like striking this kind of question needs a lot of preparation. And so I'm happy with Hainun. I will repeat this again, that you are addressing not just the individual, the couple, but even the parents, because this is the concern of everyone. I myself, I told in my podcast, my greatest dream is to become a father because I did not have one. And my greatest fear is to become a father because, once again, I do not know how to become one. I do not know whether my love, the love that I'm giving to my daughters right now is enough. And I do not know how to talk to them. Hainun, you know, you have to really help other people who do not know how to help themselves. Help other parents who do not know how to become a parent. You know, even I myself, I'm so ashamed to tell, but I am not a perfect father. There are times I was crying. I shouted to my daughter, yeah! And then after that one, I go to the true parents picture, and then I cry, did I do right? Did I do right? That one. And it's not easy, you know. There are no definite answer to this one, but it's a matter more of education, empowerment, and mentoring. And that's what good with Hainun, because you help them to educate them, giving them seminars, and at the same time, you have Jude now. Means you are empowering them to empower other people. You are multiplying people like you, not just educating people. That's one thing I really would want to reiterate right now. Talking about communication, it's very important. And this one, I cannot emphasize how important it is, but we have to do. That book, the talk says, as early as 10 years old or 9 years old, you have to talk to your children about that one. If you miss that opportunity, then you would not know if you do not educate your children, you do not know who are educating them.
And I completely agree with that. And you giving this perspective of a parent, the importance of how to talk to their children is significantly important, especially in our movement where we exemplify our ideal is to have really beautiful families. But I'd like to go to the point where children also have responsibilities to talk to their parents. Looking back at history, how far back should we go? Let's go back to Adam and Eve. When they made a mistake,
Aju.
God was openly saying, I was ready to have a conversation.
Aju.
Where are you?
Aju.
But what did they do? They let their shame to really eat them up, and they won't communicate with God. And we kind of inherited that in this generation, and not really in this generation, but until here generation, that we should really break that curse. And really, yeah, I would really like to put it back on the perspective of children, that we should have also the responsibility to open up to our parents no matter how difficult the conversation is. I can really see that a lot of mistakes that I have made in the past could have been really solved when I communicated with my parents.
Aju.
And looking back now, I'm so much more healthy mentally and spiritually, because although I didn't have my parents before, I have my leaders, I have my elders, I have my brothers, even not somebody older than me, even my very close friend Benji, who's working the technical. I talk with him, and sometimes it's too much where I curse. Benji, ganito kasi yung ganyan, ganyan. And it doesn't mean that I'm evil in that part, but finally I could have somebody who can accept me for who I am, especially now that I have a wife. And I open up to her about everything, and she understands me. Especially, I like to share also this part, very just short this part. I was opening about my family, how my father wasn't there, about my mother who wasn't there, who they both have separate lives now. And my spouse at Valen actually cried for me. I did, because so long of a time it hurt. But as I grew older, it doesn't hurt anymore. But when she heard it, she cried because she felt hurt. Not She felt hurt in behalf of me.
Nanam na tayo eh. Nanam na.
Anam na eh.
Immune na.
Siya yung nasaktan para sa akin, and looking at her doing that, it gives me like a healing na, oh yeah, I should be better than what I am now, especially because of the history. And thank you for that insight, Sir Ronnie, for the responsibility of parents, and because you have a thesis about this, you are an expert about that. And since we're gonna go to the last point, which is my last question, it's really quick, diba? Which is
Time
from
flies.
yes, from your personal journey, sir, and your personal experience, what advice would you offer to the young individuals seeking to initiate positive changes in their life, in their community, especially in their life of faith, and toward more positive relationship with their parents?
Wow. Okay. I need an analogy. Can I have another glass, empty glass? Do we have there?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I had to explain it in a way that I hope I get to convey the message that I really want. Yeah, thank you. Salamat. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go this one. Yeah, okay. There are many people nowadays who is like, I felt like we are in a spiritual war, psychological war, and emotional war, like World War III, and many people, if not all of us, then many people are victims, you know. We are like this one. I have stress, I've done something in the past, you know, and I commit some mistake, that one, see the color, I think it really represents us. But you should have the courage to, see, puno ba natin? We have so many stress in life. See?
Puno na.
Yeah, you have so many dirt in your life, past mistakes and other things. So, this is us. This is the young people. I felt like from this standpoint, you should have the courage to really find someone, find an organization or other people who will feed you positive things, who will offer you a good decisions in your life. From this one, let me sample Hainun, okay, since we are in Hainun right now. If you can find what's good was that, you have the courage to say hi to Hainun, okay. Hello, Hainun. That one. Please help me because I do not know how to help myself. I do not know, I've committed a lot of mistake. You know, I've been in a dirty. My spirituality is so dirty. Ang dumi-dumi ko, ganon. My emotional is uncontrollable, my mental is uncontrollable, even my body is dirty. You know, you have to acknowledge that that is you as a person. What's good was that when you meet Hainun, like Hainun, and then they will offer you trainings. You know how when we start meeting the church, we attend 21-day divine principle, and so the brain, not the brainwashing, but the spiritual washing and the emotional washing goes in, and then we attended lots of lectures. In terms of Hainun, you attended many workshops or seminars, peer session, mentoring session, and from there, then you will become this water. Ayun, di ba? Walang takip. Okay? And this is how, for me, at least my life tells me that this is how you will make a positive impact in your life. First, you have to admit that you are in this state, in this dirty state, and you have to change. Whether you know how to help yourself or not, that's not the main point. The main point is how you find that courage to seek help from those people who can help you. Hainun, help me. You know, divine principle, help me. And then, accept the training. You know, accept the pain, being so ashamed, opening yourself. You know, like I imagine talking to Uncle David or talking to Andrew about, this is my mistake, you know, 7 times. I'm sorry, can I say it here? I masturbate. I watch porn or do everything. And that's so painful. You have to endure that painful. And then, you know, and then you came across so many trainings and everything, this one. Then finally, you can become a pure water. Then this is the idea of President Hori. After you become a pure water, make sure that you give it to the other people, your water. Drink. Ay namin mo.
Okay.
Yeah, sige lang. Right? And that's what it means right now to have a positive change for other people. You make yourself pure water so that you can give that water to other people. For me kasi, I stop on this one. That's you know, when I explained in the workshop, I stop here. And then President Hori said, there's still lacking on your explanation. You have to give this water to other people. And that completes everything. And I think, you know, having you cannot give what you do not have. What's good with us was that we came from this very staple state, you know, very dirty state. That's why we have a water to give. And we have stories to tell. We have transformations to share. And it should not stop with us. It should stop with giving, paying it forward by giving it to other people. That's how you make positive contribution, not just in yourself, with other people. And, you know, purpose for the individual, going to purpose for the whole. I think that's the whole point of having positive changes in yourself and influencing young people. Young people who are listening to the Hainun podcast right now, where you are right now, you might be confused. You do not know. You might have problem with communicating with your parents, or you are communicating with the wrong friend right now. Please find that courage to evaluate, at least 2 steps backward, and see in yourself where is your situation. If you are in this situation right now, the best way to do is to find people who can help you, to find workshops, to find encouragement from other people, from other organization, so that be ready to become a diamond, that's everything, chak, 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 yeah, until you become this one. And that's how we became Positive Change. Irony, because I've been receiving many Hyojong talk. They asked me to give a message about filial piety. And you know what? I am the most, unfilial son in the world. And it's irony. But then after my talk or my lecture, people will come to me and they said, I am so inspired. And then that came to me that even though you came from a very bad beginning, you have the authority to talk and inspire other people. If because of your misfortune, because of your mistake, you can save one people from committing another mistake that you did, then by it all means, it's worth, sharing to them. I do not pose myself as a perfect person. I always tell them, this is what I did. I am an unfilial son. Please become a better son than me. And when we're talking about absolute sex, I am not the perfect. I am not virgin right now. But it does, your mistake should not stop you from empowering other people. You have to empower yourself so that you can empower other people. And that itself is a communication that I can see Hainun is doing right now. And I'm so happy, once again, Uncle David and Itsue, sorry if I mistake pronunciation, Andrew, Sammy, Jude, and the rest of the team of the Hainun. I am so thankful for really opening one door that people can enter. Sometimes the other door, although they are principled, but it's so hard to go inside because they are too judgmental, or they are too strong, or my state right now is not prepared to go on that door. Thanks for opening that door that, people like me, like this, can enter and can become that one. Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I talk so long. And I'm late today. I'm sorry. But I am so happy with this podcast. It's 24-hour. Wisdom never sleeps. And I'm so happy to become a part of it. Thanks for inviting me, Jude.
And thank you as well, Sir Ronnie, for being part of the podcast. And it's now exactly 4. Guys, we were supposed to play a song, but the Japanese people that will go next to us will get mad if we do it. So we're gonna transition. But guys, stay, and we're gonna have lots of fun with the Japanese session. And bye-bye. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.